it early today. I just feel it. It's happening. We're here. We're ready to go. Hi everybody. Welcome. First of all, thank you for joining me. I appreciate you being here. I really, really do. Now, if at any time, as much as I adore you, I have to dive to my right or my left during this broadcast, it is because Chip, our formerly poop butt cat that we are fostering and hoping to find him a home after he gets his shots this week, was crying outside my studio door, and I had to let him in. And so now everything's a plaything. Hi, Dum Dum. What are you doing? Hear that? Hear that? That's him kicking a screw around the floor because I was working under the desk. And he just, every wire is a playground. It's just, so if I have to go like, bah! Like, leap to his rescue from his own curiosity, I will apologize ahead of time. Also, I suppose if you hear a wow, poof, and a puff of smoke, he bit into a wire I can't save him from because I don't know what to do. Chip, what are you doing, man? It's a bag of screws. What is happening? Come here. Hold on. Come here, you. Come here. Yeah, you. What are you doing? What is up? Tell me a story. Why is everything fun in here all of a sudden? You have a whole house to play with. And what the hell? All right. I'm sorry to keep you from your trying to dismantle my entire rig. Excuse you. Please head that way. Thank you. No. Why are you biting my keyboard sustain pedal? What is happening? Why is everything nibbleable? I fed you already. What? All right. We'll just hope for the best. He can't be away. He just wants to wander around. He was meowing really hard. It's just ridiculous. This little kid, he's adorable. He's super adorable. Whoever ends up with him, it will be very lucky. He's teething. He does want love. There's lots of love. Yeah, he's teething. But there's a lot in the house to teeth on. Hold on. I can't. 1 second. What? Hey, monkey, come here. Yeah, you, come here. I am concerned for your well-being, mister. I am concerned for your... Yes, I am. I'm worried about you. I'm going to put you out and close the door, and you can go play with the other cats and gnaw on them. Okay? Yes, please? Yes, please? All right. Okay, that's good. I'll take that as a yes. Scoot. All right. Sorry, guys. He's a whole lot of fun right now. He's so, oh gosh, he's so adorable. Is she Mac compatible? We don't know. It's we'll see. So anyways, Chip is just, aw, you have to keep him. We can't have this failure to launch on all of our foster kittens. We've got 4 now. We saved Molly, and she's with us forever, the one with the half tail. And she is like, she barely gets a grip on the house is hers, and she can relax, and she's fine. And then we bring in other cats, and she's like, who are these strange monstrosities that are making noise? And this one's all farty. I don't know what's happening. I will be under the bed for the next 6 weeks. And that's exactly what happened. So, it's a lot. Yeah. You have 7 rescue cats? That's too many. You know, the rule is, 1 cat is a pet. 2 cats is, what is it? 1 cat's a pet. 2 cats a roommate. 3 cats a husband. 4 cats alone. That's the rule. There you go. Hi everyone. This is for 1,000 yesterday in the chat. Yeah, that was amazing. And we are so close to 25K. I think we're going to hit it in the next day and a half or something. And even though it didn't land on my birthday, I'm very excited. We're gathering steam. It's good to see. Apparently, being the only person who both recognizes that Dan Bongino is a dum-dum and calls him out for it, which apparently there's an imbalance in these camps, has its benefits, I suppose. Let's do it. 1,500 a day. We'll see. Yes, I've been checking regularly too. I'm like, oh, come on. It's like last year when we were trying to hit 5,000, we're like, this is never going to happen. Why do these, like, Rudy Giuliani channel has 114,000. I mean, he bought them all, sure. But there's probably 20,000 real ones. And I'm like, God, come on. Thank you. I think my hair looks marvelous as well. It's hit its stride. I gave it a little bit of a trim around the edges, cut some of my split ends off so it can grow. Wear the dum-dum shirts. It should just say, hi, dum-dum. Right? How you kind of look like you have Gene Simmons here. Excuse me, I have Ace Frehley hair. Is that the only reference you folks have for guy with long hair? Honest to God. Do I have to pull up Ace Frehley shots and show you? I mean, my hair is straight for one. I mean, it's wavy. It's got a nice wave to it. But come on. Yes, enjoy your emotes. Thanks for the, right out of the gate. Yes, 5K Twitch followers. That would be lovely, moms. Absolutely. Oh my God. That would be very helpful. Steve Perry hair. It's true. If I let it lay flat, it does have a very, when the lights go down. Right. I wanna get back. I can't do that after I do it. I wanna get back to my city by the bay. Whoa. There we go. I don't know if did I blow the mic out? That I should probably do open arms. Do open arms. So now I come to you with open arms. Nothing to hide. I mean what I say. So here I am with open arms. I can't do it without being loud, and I'm afraid I'm going to blow the mic out. Nothing to hide. Right. Dinner and a show. That's right. You have 5,000 Twitch followers? Oh, I see. Posted in Patreon. Oh, that's awesome. So we hit that mark. I see. That's what you meant. I was talking about subs, but yes. Here we stand. Worlds apart, hearts broken into two. Yeah, now it's just going to be like a... That's no warm-up. Just saying. None. That's cold, man. That's like drop splits cold. I made dinner, just sat down to eat it and listen to my smart out. Well, thank you, Diane, and welcome. Oh, Sherry. Everybody's just doing it. I'll just winging it. Yeah. No honey tea. Nope. I'm drinking, most singers, drink motor oil. Helps. Sounds like Bon Jovi, right? Rob Halford. Neil Diamond. Neil Diamond. I can do King Diamond. Abigail. I always loved Neil Diamond. The funniest. Okay, so Camden, my son, is 10 years old, and his first concert was Neil Diamond. And during a quiet part, I said, wait till it gets really quiet, and then I want you to yell, hi, Neil. We were at the Hollywood Bowl. And He did. We're fairly close. It was nice. Neil's daughter got us tickets because I invited her and her family to. They were big Lab Rats fans, so they came on the set, and so she got us tickets to see him. And I like Neil Diamond a lot. But it was super fun when like the whole place went quiet, and you just hear "Hi, Neil" from Camden, and everybody in the it was weird. The acoustics in the Hollywood Bowl are amazing, and everybody heard it except Neil Diamond because he had in-ears in, and I don't think they had crowd noise in it, song blue, whatever. Like it was a good time. Yeah, no, hold on one second. Hold on, whoops. Why do I always have to do the cleanup? It's so very strange. Business, Facebook, open it up. Try to do a thing, a do. Right. Boink. Boop. Okay, that is a first concert, yeah. But the funniest thing, I crushed some Dio, yeah. I used to do a bit in my stand-up back in the day, which was Ronnie James Dio doing the weather. It's so random. And, like, you can only do it for metal crowds. When there's lightning and a cold front from the south, and there's rain and there's sleet and there's hail, it's not safe to go out. Right, that was just so stupid. It's warm after midnight. Wear a sweater if you go out. It's just stupid. It was literally just from that line. So, all right, let's get on with the show. Yeah, I mean, come on. Yes, all right. There we go. I almost shot water out of my nose. Look, I bring it. What other liberal YouTuber / Twitch streamer, I think has to go with it. I think Twitcher. I like Twitcher. I'm a Twitchist. It's a Twitchism. Opens with that kind of entertainment. Lost sound? Oh, probably because I blew it. They thought I was real. Sometimes when I'm singing online, my feed goes blank because the RIAA censors get tweaked because I sound just like the person. That has happened 2 times that I know of for sure. Dio is the artist you've seen most often. That's amazing. Yeah, no other streamer serenades his audience. No, not at all. Hey, congratulations, 1,000 messages in the Restream chat. Apparently you're Wings of Chance CIA story. No. James Taylor, the cars were awesome. So much going on. It's the Hal Sings Shit Show, right? Hal Sings Shit Show? Hal Sings Shit Show. I guess it's a matter of opinion, and I don't care. Because the nice thing is, I like my singing voice. I woke up this morning and the sun was gone. Turned on some music to start my day and lost myself in a familiar song. I closed my eyes. I have to go full loud and I'm going to blow it up. Eyes and I slipped away. Clip it. Just clip it. Yeah. Let's see. All right. So can I jump in before we jump into finishing Trump's speech in Georgia, his blather? Mark Milley stomped a mud hole in Josh Hawley, and it's beautiful. It's just beautiful. It's just so fun. So let's take a look, shall we? This is when a gotcha comes back to get you. A lot of people have experienced this. You think you got a gotcha, and it comes back to get you. Yeah, it was Tom Cotton, and this starts off talking about the awful people that they found amongst the Afghans, which, by the way, the Trump administration could have weeded out last year, so that people getting out of the country right now, the military and the Biden administration, or even the Trump administration, had he made it, would not have had to bum rush people onto airplanes to get them out safely, and could have taken more time vetting them because they had a whole goddamn year. But Trump blew that off entirely, did none of the work, surprise, and left it to the next administration because he was never going to leave in the first place. And here we are. So I lay all of the creepy Afghans that got through, that are intermixed with the people that helped us and their families. Those people would have been weeded out if Trump had done his homework, if they'd have done their work beforehand. The Biden administration was working against the clock. Trump was not. He could have spent the last 3 years vetting exactly who was going to go and who was going to stay, and they did none of it. None. All right. So here, let's just to settle that out of the top. So here we go.
What to make of this? What steps are we taking to ensure that thousands of Afghans about whom we know nothing are not going to be a menace?
They're not thousands of Afghans of whom you know nothing. First of all, they're being vetted on a military basis, not being released into the public until you know something. And the ones that you find out are not good people, they get either deported or sent to jail.
To our troops at our military bases and to the communities into which they're about to be released.
Well, Senator, I'm certainly aware of the allegations, and I take the allegations very seriously. And I can assure you that our commanders at our bases have what they need to be able to protect our troops and our families.
Oh, wait. Did I say Hawley out of the top? It was because he was in the picture in the beginning. Yes. This clip is just Tom Cotton talking to both. These are his last two questions.
That work and live at those bases. And I'm in contact with General Van Herk, the NORTHCOM commander, who has overall responsibility for the operation on a routine basis. And this is an area that he remains sighted on.
All right, I just got one final question. General Miller.
I just got one final question. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, you were on horseback crossing a covered bridge, and a man was on a horse behind you with a pumpkin for a head. And all you had to defend yourself with was your Adam's apple.
Conclude that your advice about staying in Afghanistan was rejected. I'm shocked to learn that your advice wasn't sought until August 25th on staying past the August 31 deadline. I understand that you're the principal military advisor, that you advise, you don't decide, the president decides. But if all this is true, General Milley, why haven't you resigned?
Okay, first of all, before Milley answers in the most kick-ass way anybody could answer this question, by the way, this is solid, like, language warfare. Josh Hawley's idea is that because they didn't seek his advice about staying forever until the 25th, or like listen to him out, his strategy about this. Milley was brought in by Trump. Everybody who has served in his position for the last 20 years has advocated at least leaving a presence there and staying forever, which at some point, some president was going to go, fuck that, we're leaving. And the idea that Tom Cotton is floating is that why don't we just keep our soldiers in harm's way perpetually forever for a piece of ground we have no intention of seizing or keeping or making. I mean, I don't know if Tom Cotton is now in the Afghanistan as the 51st state crowd, but it seems like it. But nobody in the Biden administration had not heard over time the let's leave a 2,500 person force there, or in some version at 3,500, 10,000, 3,000, whatever. And they're jumping up Biden's ass right now because he was like, no, I don't remember anybody saying 2,500. Because basically that was why don't we just leave who we have there? And nobody was making that argument, even though these guys were saying we should keep a residual force and blah, blah, blah. yes, you can make, a lot of people said residual force, but once you made the decision, we're getting out, that's a ridiculous, that's like saying, now that you started brushing your teeth, let's start talking about putting the toothpaste back in.
Senator, as a senior military officer, resigning is a really serious thing. It's a political act if I'm resigning in protest. My job is to provide advice. My statutory responsibility is to provide legal advice or best military advice to the president, and that's my legal requirement.
By the way, 666 people in the chat room right now. Welcome. Hi, everybody. Is it weird that number popped up when Tom Cotton was speaking? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Decide for yourself.
What the law is. The president doesn't have to agree with that advice. He doesn't have to make those decisions just because we're generals. And it would be an incredible act of political defiance for a commissioned officer to just resign because my advice is not taken. This country doesn't want generals figuring out what orders we are going to accept and do or not. That's not our job. The principle of civilian control of the military is absolute. It's critical to this republic. In addition to that, just from a personal standpoint, my dad didn't get a choice to resign at Iwo Jima. And those kids there at Abbey Gate, they don't get a choice to resign. And I'm not going to turn my back on them. I'm not going to resign. They can't resign, so I'm not going to resign. There's no way. If the orders are illegal.
I love how, Tom Cotton's nodding now. The fuck are you nodding at?
I'm not going to resign. They can't resign, so I'm not going to resign. There's no way. If the orders are illegal, we're in a different place. But if the orders are legal from civilian authority, I intend to carry them out.
Thank you.
Sorry, can I crawl into a hole right now? Point of order, the senator from Assholery wants to crawl. I'm sorry, what? Crawl into a corner. No. You can crawl back in your hole if you want. Okay, that's sufficient. The very thing that these idiots are, the authoritarian streak that these guys are pretending that Biden, tyranny, Biden, tyranny, it's tyranny. And then all they ask for in these hearings is, why haven't the generals taken over the country? Oh, we're going to turn into Venezuela. And then they sit in this fucking circle and go, why, General, I'm very upset we haven't turned into Venezuela yet. Jesus. Stupid. Draw back your bow. All right. Now, let's jump over. We're going to finish up. God help us. Trump's, where we last left our intrepid former nobody. By the way, the Blacks for Trump guys that are standing behind him, they show up a lot. We've shown them before, whatever. And they have a gods2.com website that they show off. This is not just people supporting the president. They are selling, it's this Yahweh Ben Yahweh dude. They're not paid actors. No, they are nutcases. They believe, well, here, I'll show you. It's bloody adorable. We were talking a little bit about them yesterday, and if I may, let's see. I have to type it in. It's very strong. Here we go. Bump. It's and by the way, that's a redirect. I know I feel cheated just like you do. Here you go. So this is what the page looks like when you click on it after you get past the title page. And they post a lot of stuff. These are the pardon Yahweh Ben Yahweh, gather the Yahweh's win for Trump. Click that. It reads as totally sane and high quality. My favorite part of it, because I went through and watched some of the videos of this a while back when they first started showing up. Let's see. Yeah, here it is. Fake black people. This is on their website. So the Blacks for Trump, who are standing behind him, this is section 15 or 1.AA. I mean, I suppose if you're keeping track, if you want notes, it's super important. Fake black people, which includes Al Sharpton, Jesse Jackson, Spike Lee, Jesse Smollett, Colin Kaepernick, AOC, well, the entire squad, minus one, I suppose, Maxine Waters, and of course, Barack Obama. These are, according to the website, these are the deceiving fake black people who are really Indians. Because, boing. Yes, it's true. AOC is Latina. I mean, we're splitting hairs at this point. I mean, are you really looking for consistency in this? Are you really? That phrase I'm not going to utter on the air, but that's awful. Who want socialism to live off our tax dollars for free while they pay no taxes. They are drunk with the blood of the saints. Obama freed all the Arabs and East Indian terrorists, drug suppliers of black out of Gitmo, and did not free any blacks like Big Meech, Bo Diddley, Larry Hoover. Okay, folks. He opened the border for the Indian Magog and Gog invasion. These are the Latinos and people and whatever. Southern border. Obama's a traitor to America. Blacks lock him up for treason. Revelations 2010. I don't know why Revelations 2010 is going to do that. Yes, Bo Diddley was at Gitmo, but only for a short time. And it was the third worst gig of his life. Fear not, independent voter. There will be no race war at his arrest, because I, the real black man, will declare it to the real blacks, and they will rejoice. Revelations 21:8. Click red button to watch. We'll pass on this because I'm sure I'll get hit with a copyright thing. But this is from the website of these folks who are behind Trump, the Blacks for Trump. Just so you know. So a lot of people talk about like they're probably just put there by the organizers. They're probably paid actors, all that stuff, right? They're not. They position themselves in that area because they want people to, it's like, they're like Black Lyndon LaRouchians, kinda. You know what I mean? It's a nutty cult. But they show up a bunch, and and he gives them extra spotlight, so it's very opportunistic, I'm just saying. What are you doing? Chip. Hold on. Chip, what are you doing? Come here. Get out. What are you doing? You little monkey. Why are you being a monkey when you are supposed to be a cat? Why are you being a monkey? Are you a monkey now? Huh? Why are you being a monkey when you're supposed to be a kitty? You shouldn't climb on things. That will fall and hurt you. Chip! He's like, but there's so much to play with in here. What are you doing? You give me a kiss? No? Nothing? All right. Thank you. Hop down. There he goes. Boom. Ladies and gentlemen, Chip. No, not back there. Okay, back out again. This is silly. All right. Listen, Mr. Teething. Come here. Come here. Thank you, my love. Come here. Out. Thank you. Good boy. Oh my gosh. Like Murphy can open doors and Chip is next in line. Jesus Christ. He's so cute. Like, I'm this close to shutting down the whole show and just petting him for 2 hours. But that's, it's a yes, Hal and Chip, Megaworldwide. Absolutely. I would love to have Chip. Can I adopt him? Hearts Alive is in charge of the adoption, not us. We're just taking care of him. So we will, once he's ready to move, we'll post his link and see what happens we'll see what happens and see what his availability is and all that kind of stuff. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Stuff that I'm supposed to say when I'm a professional stream person. There we go. Let's continue. By the way, no evidence that this guy is from Cowboys for Trump, that if you click on their page, have a weird Holocaust denial link. But I wouldn't rule it out. All right, here we go.
And he only briefly mentioned Afghanistan.
Whoops. All right.
Afghanistan, because his withdrawal has been such a disaster for him.
Oh yeah. What's the key word in that though? Oh, withdrawal. We're out. Yeah. And his infrastructure bill is going to pass. So the infrastructure week just lands flat on your head. I mean,
and our country, and by the way, for his poll numbers, which have tanked. In short, after just 8
it's
months,
the only reason Trump has come out in public again.
Joe Biden
Yes,
is
my dad's birthday is today. It is true.
already the biggest failure ever to occupy the Oval Office. And I can think of a couple of people. I'll tell you what.
I can think of a couple people who are losers. You, I mean, considering you just lost. By the way, this will, just for the record, as vice president, this will be, Biden will have spent 12 years in the White House at the top of our government under Obama for 8 years and then on his own. 4 years. Yep. Yeah. Most people are in college longer than you were president.
Jimmy Carter is extremely happy right now.
Well, that's because he's a happy person because he's dedicated his life to the service of others. He's a good Christian, and even in sadness, he is not overwhelmed with sorrow because he has a deep and abiding faith, and he's a sweet human being, and he's built houses for people that he'll never meet, and that kind of stuff, So yeah, he's happy.
So is another president, but I won't mention his name because there might be about 3 people here that thought he was okay.
You think he's not saying Obama because he turned around and there were 3 black people without Blacks for Trump shirts on? And it's just a funny number because that's precisely the number of the black people without Blacks for Trump shirts that are sitting behind him when he looked back.
This is what happens when you have a dishonest election. This is all about a rigged election.
Yes, this speech is all about a rigged election. That didn't happen, but that's all you're talking about. Yes, we understand that. Yes. Yes, you're a sore loser. But hey, better to be a sore loser than, I guess, a boring loser, I guess. This is...
None of these disasters ever should have been allowed to happen. Last week, it was painstakingly revealed.
Last week, it was painstakingly revealed. What?
By Durham. You know Durham. The Durham.
Yeah, Durham. By Durham. It was painstakingly revealed by Durham. What? Where? Wharton. In School of Business. What's wrong with you? How do you graduate people that can't talk?
But we've been waiting. Thank you. Thank you, Durham. Thank you.
Thank you, Durham, for a half-assed indictment of someone who may or may not have disclosed that they were working for the law firm that worked for the Hillary Clinton campaign, even though they didn't. Durham.
Mr. Durham, we've been waiting.
Mr. Durham. It's Captain Durham to you.
But he came out with a big one, and perhaps they're going to...
Shit. No. Oh, God. And I thought we were just going to stick to dumb and not have random, odd, accidental innuendo. Shit. Listen to this whole run.
Last week, it was painstakingly revealed by Durham. You know Durham, the Durham report. We've been waiting. Thank you. Thank you, Durham. Thank you. Mr. Durham, we've been waiting, but he came out with a big one, and perhaps they're going to come out with a lot more because this should be just the beginning.
It's not. it was like he walked out of a room where people had been waiting for the answer to life, the universe, and everything, farted in a paper bag and went, "Puh."
The Durham investigators that the Russia hoax was indeed a total scam made up by crooked Hillary Clinton and the Democrats.
Yeah, that's not what the report says. But it's interesting. Is that just like is there a version of like They Live where everything he reads exonerates him? You know how like in They Live, all the normal advertising, if you put on the glasses, it says obey, buy things, follow the leader, blah, blah, blah. And it's very, very Orwellian kind of, control words. But like Trump has the exact opposite. Unless he wears like thought glasses where he can actually get out of his own head for a minute. It is a great movie. Everything he reads says you were exonerated. The Russia hoax was a hoax. It was a hoaxy hoax.
How would you like to have her as your wife? Crooked Hillary Clinton and the Democrats. How would you like to have her as your wife?
Dude, her waist is smaller than yours. I'm just saying, like, that's clearly what you're talking about. But, like, no man with a neckgina should be tossing shit at women. How'd you like to have that for your wife? Try harder. Lock her up. Yeah, he was the president of the United States for 4 goddamn years, and he couldn't do it. You think he could do it now? What, from Bedminster? Jesus.
No, but think of this. I mean, Bill Clinton, he's living in fear. He's living in fear. No, think
why? You mean kind of like Melania?
about an evil mind like that to make up a Russia hoax.
Yeah, they didn't make it up. Nothing in Durham says they're making it up. Nothing in the Mueller report said they were making it up. Like
a quick little story. Should I or should I just go through it?
Yeah, no, go with it. I mean, Phil, stretch. Some people have gone to the bathroom already.
But no, it's just sort of crazy. I kept.
Do I do one of? You guys feel like hearing the third B-side off my second record that didn't do as well as the first one? Should I bring out nah, fuck it.
Hearing the word like Russia, because during my campaign, before you heard about the so-called Russia hoax, people would come up with me and they'd say, "Sir, my kid."
This is like the 15th sir story in this. Do you think he's pissed because people have stopped calling him sir? I think the number of people calling him sir has dropped immensely.
People, sir, do you ever hear anything about
So it was Don, right? That sounds like Don's voice. Junior.
They'd say, "Sir," my campaign people, "Sir, do you ever hear anything about?"
Do you ever? No, I take it back. That was Kellyanne Conway. That's clearly Kellyanne Conway before coffee. Sir, do you ever? They say it in bird noises, of course. Sir, do you? Apparently Godzilla worked on his campaign. Sir, do you ever?
Man that say, "Sir," my campaign people, "Sir, do you ever hear anything about Russia?"
This is so terrible. Sir, do you ever? What the fuck?
I said, no.
They're laughing at the weird voice you made. No.
"Sir, do you ever hear anything about Russia?" And I said, no, not really. I mean, Russia is Russia, right?
Yeah. I mean, I've been there. I barged in on some 15-year-old girls while they were changing over there. Did that kind of stuff. P-tape nonsense, blah, blah, blah. Been under threat from Compromat for years. But now, besides that, no.
They're ripping us off just like every other country in the world. Now, by the way, they're really ripping us because of what they've done with energy. They're making a fortune because of it.
Because of butt? What? Did you just point at yourself and say butt?
Really ripping us because of what they've done with energy. They're making a fortune because of it. I ended the pipeline and he approved it, but he knocked out the Keystone, didn't he, huh?
I ended the pipeline, but he approved it, but I knocked out the Keystone. Right, he means Nord Stream, the Russian one. Oh, God. Don't cross the streams when you have talking points. It'll reverse the flow through the gate, and there's only a very slim chance you'll survive.
But they say, sir, an innocent, young, great people, they love our country. Sir?
Well, until they work for you, I suppose. Now, some of them are guilty. Only in a court of law, though. I mean, morally, yeah.
Another one coming up a couple of months later. Sir, did you ever hear anything? Do you know anything about Russia? No. Then a third one comes up a month later. Sir, do you have anything to do with Russia? No. After about 4 or 5.
I'm convinced. I mean, I don't know why you need a deposition. I think this is all the evidence you need. Who needs to say stuff like this under oath when you can ramble about it in a cow pasture?
Times, you know the way it is. I said, what the hell is going on with Russia?
They're not supposed to know about this shit. Putin promised me. Right.
And that's what's going on with Russia. They made up a hoax, and we had to live with it for 3 years. What kind of a sick, perverted mind does that?
What do you mean sick, perverted mind? Dude, what kind of sick, perverted mind brags to another grown man that you can grab women by the crotch without their permission under the assumption that they will let you? You're on tape with that shit. It's grotesque. And again, if you have to do that, you're obviously doing something wrong. If you're doing it right, people will tend to throw their genitals at you. You will be the one fending it off. But apparently, when you're this dude, you gotta, walk around squeezing anything because there's no such thing as consensual sex in his life.
Was the lawyer?
Yeah. What kind of a sick, perverted man tries to get the president of Ukraine to dig up dirt on Biden? Yeah, exactly.
Hillary Clinton and the Democrats, they made it up. It was a hoax.
It's interesting, though, that they made up this hoax and it totally laid you on your back for 4 fucking years. I thought you were the best, and you had the best people, and the best of everything, and the best, and the best words, and you knew more about anything than everybody, except the only thing you don't know about Russia is except for the stuff you know more about than anyone. And so a hoax about this, which has no basis, in fact, none whatsoever, according to you, kicked your ass for 4 years. You couldn't find an answer to it that would push back solidly enough, other than just making sure they didn't see your taxes, making sure they didn't check the Alpha Bank server. None of that.
They're doing it again with the January 6th. Okay, they're doing it again.
They're doing it again with the January 6th? With the January 6th. Well, it is. I do think it's the January 6th. He views it as a holiday. He said, remember this day forever. Remember when he tweeted out to his followers, go home, we love you, remember this day forever. He wants it to be like Trump Day. If there's ever a Trump Day, it'll be January 6th. And it will be like Benedict Arnold Day. But he'll still go, my name is up in lights.
They're doing it again. We went through 3 years of hell battling this fake charge that was only allowed to happen because the media was complicit as they...
The media can't stop a legal investigation. What do you mean complicit? If they hadn't put all that stuff on the news, people wouldn't have known all the fucked up chicanery I did over there.
Always are for the Democrats.
There always are for the Democrats. You know, these folks right here in these cameras right here, which is, of course, just OAN, Newsmax, and the local affiliate that's recording the whole thing so they can play clips later. But fuck them.
And it was totally criminal what took place. And I think you'll be seeing a lot of things about it. But this, in other words, it is officially now a hoax. Most of you knew.
No, it isn't. I mean, this is classic spin, though. I mean, this is Reagan saying, "In my heart, I didn't think I did anything wrong, but my head tells me different." Like, this is like, I got this note. That guy did something, so I am completely free of this. I'm like, apparently the store I robbed and shot the teller and stole a bunch of shit and took all the money. Apparently, the guy who ran the place, the 7-Eleven that I went into, was late on his taxes 3 years ago, and so therefore, Your Honor, let me go without even an ankle monitor.
that from the beginning. And you see this guy, Shifty Schiff, Adam Shifty Schiff. President Trump is a paid worker for Russia. I said, what the hell do I have to do with Russia? Adam.
A paid worker for Russia. You know, I take it back. I don't think he is riffing. I think this is too well crafted. It has to be written.
Shifty Shift, and now he's doing it again. The same guy, the same face, that same watermelon-shaped face. You know, he wanted to be a part of the administration. They didn't want to put him in. I give my credit to Biden on that one. He's very, very disappointed about that.
Yeah, it's great when you make up fails for other people that didn't actually happen. Oh, thanks, PR.
The same guy that would get up at a microphone and say, President Trump's son is involved with Russia. I'd call, Don, do you have anything to do with Russia? He didn't know what the hell I was talking about. He thought I was crazy.
Well, he knows you're crazy.
And these are good kids. They work their asses off for the country. I want to tell you.
They weren't supposed to. Don and Eric were supposed to stay away. They were supposed to be guarding the business. Ivanka and Jared were supposedly in the White House, but they weren't supposed to be a part of the actual business. You were supposed to separate yourself from your business while you're in there. Dummy, you're not supposed to talk to him about... All right. I don't know. Look who I'm talking to, Mr. SATs.
What a shame. For 3 years...
What a shame. Which one, Eric?
We went through it. And now it's revealed that it was a total hoax. We knew it anyway, but now it's official. They said it's criminal. And it was paid.
Did they? What's the quote? Go for it. They said it was criminal. Did they? Who's they?
For by the Democrats and paid for by Hillary Clinton and some others. The big Steele dossier. Remember Steele?
Yeah.
That was written, turned out.
You know who remembers Christopher Steele? Apparently, Ivanka. Ask her about him. I've heard that she's a good source.
To be a total fake document. They made up all the stories. Thank goodness, because there were a couple in there that I didn't like.
A couple of them. The pee-pee part, yeah, he's totally for.
And the lawyers for the Democrat Party, Michael Sussman, he was just fired. And he was just fired and arrested. What he did. And you have another one, Mark Elias. He's no longer with Perkins Coie, which is the big law firm that the Democrats, I guess they probably got him the hell out of there because it was getting too hot.
Yeah, that's what happened. All right, hold on one second. Let's, I want to, let's see, just so you know what he's talking about, let's see if I can bring this. This is what he's talking about, by the way. Durham's Sussman indictment is a bizarre coda for the DOJ's Russia investigation. Mueller spelled out the ways the Russian investigation was not a hoax. The only hoax is the charge contained in this indictment. Special counsel John Durham was tasked with investigating the origins of the FBI's Russia investigation. He now appears to have ended his work, not with a bang, but with a whimper. It's hard to see how the case Durham filed on Thursday against Washington lawyer Michael Sussman meets Justice Department standards. The indictment alleges that Sussman met with the FBI General Counsel Jim Baker in September 2016 to provide information about connections between a Russian bank and the organization. The Trump Organization. The FBI was unable to substantiate any links between Alpha Bank and former President Donald Trump's businesses, but the charge against Sussman making false statements to the FBI doesn't allege the substance of the information was false. Instead, that would be the hoax part, I suppose. Instead, Sussman is accused of having misrepresented on whose behalf he was providing it. A grand jury only needs to find probable cause that a crime was committed to return an indictment, but DOJ policy requires a higher standard before putting a person through the expense, burden, and stigma of criminal charges. The prosecutor should make a determination that admissible evidence will probably be sufficient to obtain and sustain a conviction. This case comes woefully short of that standard. Let's start with the easy one. Admissible evidence. The indictment appears to rely on the handwritten notes of an assistant director with whom Baker spoke after his meeting with Sussman. The note states, among other things, said not doing this for any client. Anyone who's played the game of telephone understands that as information is repeated, it often gets altered along the way. Instead, testimony at trial must be based on personal observation. If the prosecution attempted to offer these notes, or even the writer's testimony about what he heard Baker say before he wrote them as evidence, either would likely be ruled as hearsay. The case is equally weak on the merits. Although making false statements to an FBI agent is a serious crime, the government must be able to prove each and every element of the offense. Here, at least two of the five elements cannot be met. First, Sussman maintains that he did not make the statement. Many defendants deny misconduct, but this time it may work. In most false statement cases, the precise language of the statement at issue is memorialized in some way. The transcript of testimony under oath, a written submission, a recorded oral statement. If not, the federal agency will usually provide two or more witnesses who personally heard the statement. Here it appears that the whole case is built on the testimony of one witness, Baker, and in a he said face-off, the tie goes to the defendant. The ties goes to the defendant. All right. A tie goes to the defendant. In addition, it is not clear that Baker will be a strong or even willing witness. In a closed-door meeting with Congress in 2018, Baker testified that he did not recall whether Sussman had represented himself as working on behalf of the Democratic Party or Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign. Hardly the star witness needed to convict in the absence of all other evidence. And by the way, shall we look at did he release he didn't release a report at all. This is just an indictment based on it. Let's see. And everybody compares it to Michael Flynn. Right. Yeah, there's no Durham report, by the way. And that's the only thing. That is 100% of what he's talking about. That's the only thing that has come from it. And the person involved says, I don't quite remember him saying whether he worked for anybody or not. And the actual person under indictment is like, I didn't say that. That's it. Good night. That's the whole thing.
And let me tell you something. Just like they tried on the 2016 election with a totally fabricated con job, what they did in 2020 was far worse, and much more sophisticated, more highly sophisticated.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously they were in control of the entire country, so they had an ability to look into all these places and oh, right, I forgot you were president.
They were.
You know what also happened while you were president? Last year, murder rates went up 30%. Over 2019, which seems odd.
This for 4 years. And we were given a few weeks to find out what they did. We knew it was fake. We knew what they were doing, but we were given a very small part of time. We didn't get any help from Mitch McConnell. We didn't get any help from that guy.
Yes, boo Republicans. Yay.
Attacked and cheated on our elections, and they did it right here in Georgia also, right here in Georgia. Now the people of Georgia must replace the rhinos and weak Republicans who made it
Yes, attack rhinos and Republicans. Please continue to do this. I support this part of the speech 100%.
all possible. In particular, you're incompetent and strange. I had something wrong with this guy. You're Secretary of State.
Something's wrong with this guy. What's wrong with him? Besides the fact that he's a Republican, so clearly he has mental deficiencies and some sort of illness, I'm guessing. I don't want to be ableist about it, but obviously he's crazy go nuts. This guy, this Raffensburger, which sounds like a Nazi sandwich to me. I don't know.
Raffensburger.
Or Raffensburger. Say it however you want.
I'm telling you, I think there's something wrong with him. We give him so much. Could you look at this? Could you look at that? Election integrity. Could you? And sometimes, yes, I'm going to look at it. Nothing ever happens.
Well, because they looked at it and it was bullshit.
Raffensburger, something really strange with him. You terrible Lieutenant Governor.
I think he's probably part of a cabal, some sort of a cabal, right? That they have to be, right? They must be a part of it. Hold on one second to see if this, like a cabal of evil people. 1 second, I'm gonna add something to this. Yeah, that'll do. Yeah, here we go. Done. There we go. What? He's obviously part of a baby-eating cabal of he's probably a Democrat. Loves coffee. You can tell. I don't know why they went with Pizzagate, because clearly it's Coffeegate, because all these people got coffee for him, and and obviously there's got to be some ties to Nazi Germany with a name like that. Obviously. He's a pagan. That's a good point. Yeah, pagan lizard people. Probably eats, baby milkshakes. I'm going to guess. Yeah, it's good that you call him out. Thanks. Yeah, and he's a communist. And a Marxist. And he's probably woke now. He's probably woke all of a sudden.
He's no longer running because he knew that he wasn't doing a job he was going to lose. And your rhino governor, Brian Kemp, who's been a complete disaster on election integrity. A complete and total. And I'm not looking to say that.
No, of course not. I mean, just listen to Stacey Abrams years ago.
I'm not looking to say that. He's been
I'm not looking to say that. I'm saying it.
Complete and total disaster on election integrity. If you go
What is he's been a complete and total, this is the sentences we just heard. He's a complete and total disaster on election integrity. I'm not looking to say that. But he's been a complete
with
total
a complaint about election integrity, you get investigated instead of investigating a crooked election. It's the craziest.
It's the craziest.
And and some of you know this story.
Yeah.
I was called by a very good friend.
You don't have any original stories. A very good friend. It's which one do you think it is, guys? We should have like a big spinning wheel that we can do. Like, I'm going to go tack, 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 tack. Guy that told him he only needed 6 million more votes to win, and he would 65 million and he'd be back in the White House. That story? Or tack, 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 tack. I was told at 10:30 on election night that I'd already won, and then we went to bed, even though he was up all night.
Man who happens to be here tonight. Sir, could you please endorse? I think we're 148-2 with endorsements. They like my endorsement. It's never happened before. Sir, could you?
Yeah, because you only endorse people that are a shoo-in, and you get pissed when they don't win. You don't give a shit who they are or what they're for. They just have to show fealty and be the front runner, and you'll sign off on them because it's about your record. This is like the cruise ship full of people with COVID. He's like, I don't want these Americans brought to shore. They'll fuck up my numbers.
Please endorse Brian Kemp. I said, who the hell is Brian Kemp? This is at the beginning. There were 4 or 5, I think it's 5, but there were 5 guys, 5 people running, 5 men were running.
We'll leave that.
He was in last place, doing poorly, and I made the mistake.
Well, what was The Apprentice all about? But you spotting talent and hiring all the right people, all the best people, and firing anybody immediately who didn't match up, who wasn't of quality, who wasn't didn't meet that standard of hashtag the best people. If they did that, you're fired. Even though you never fired anybody, you always put it off to other people. Like, the weirdest thing is, I mean, I can't even say the weirdest thing. There's so many weird things about this, but he literally outsourced his firing of people because he was too chicken to do it with fucking everybody that left his administration, and he ran on the fired bullshit.
I listened to this gentleman, who's a great guy, actually, and I said, how well do you know him? Well, did he ever say anything bad about me? When they say bad things about me, I have a tendency not to endorse them.
Well, yeah, you're a weak-kneed sycophant of your own reflection.
Sometimes I do, because it's better than a Democrat, right?
Yeah, or they're going to win and you want the win.
But I said, did he ever say anything bad? We checked, and it was nothing bad. He hadn't been too deep into politics, I guess. Otherwise, he probably would have. But he didn't say anything bad. I said, you know what? I'll endorse him. I endorsed Brian Kemp. The primary was like immediately following the endorsement, immediately. And he won. He ends up going from last place, or just about last place, to winning in a landslide. Then I had to get him past good old Stacey. I had to get him past Stacey. He said, sir, we had, I guess, 2 rallies. One had 52,000 people. One had 49,000 people.
Same people.
The big monster rallies at the airport, because no arena could hold the people. And they weren't there for him. They were there for me.
Well, yeah, I mean, they were there because they were lonely cultists in need of a shot of adrenaline and desperately seeking someone to give them direction in their life. And so that's why they hop in Winnebagos and RVs and travel around the country, deadheading, watching your bullshit over and over and over again.
And Stacey Abrams, who still has not conceded, and that's okay. Stacey, would you like to take his place? It's okay with me. She still has not conceded, but we had her.
We don't want her. Somebody yelled, and he's like, hey. Watch what. I can't wait to hear what he's gonna say, because it's a bunch of weird bullshit. Here we go.
She still has not conceded, but we had, just so you understand.
That's it. That's what you get.
We had the most incredible rallies, and I said, Brian, you're gonna win. Oh, I don't think so. No, you're gonna win.
Well, I mean, obviously, the most incredible rallies that were free.
I'm telling you, and he ended up winning by like 2 points, right? And then when I called him about election integrity, it's like, oh, I'm sorry, sir, I can't do that. I said, no.
I called him about integrity. Come on, do integrity. Make integrity happen. Come on, do the integrity dance.
No. Yeah, actually, it was very interesting.
Trump gains. He doesn't get more popular. Nobody else is calling him out on this bullshit, and I'm not going to let it slide.
Called my people. I say, we got to find out what happened with this election, because there's something wrong with this election, as you obviously.
Well, yeah, you were in it.
And has been covered by, other than the fake news, has been covered pretty good. But if these guys would come back, young guys.
Other than the fake news, he means Lindell TV.
We spoke to Governor Kemp. Sir, he will not do anything on election integrity. I said, no, you can't. Don't just call him again. No, I mean, maybe he never got the message.
Well, he obviously did, because he was ready to record the call when you called back.
They come back the next day, sir.
Jesus, he's really laying the sir thing on thick. My guess is it's annoying him lately that fewer and everybody's like, President Trump or Donald, the Donald, or people are back to calling him Donald. His friends who were calling him sir while he was president are back to calling him I'm kidding, not friends. Business ticks. But it's bugging him clearly.
Governor Kemp won't do anything on election integrity. Remember, we wanted to call a special election so that we could go, Marjorie, so we could go into election integrity.
That's how you do it. That's how it's done. I mean, most of the time, we'll call a special election so we can go into election integrity.
So that we could go, Marjorie, so we could go into election integrity. What is wrong with that?
Well, it's legally ridiculous, and it was based on fart air. No one knows what the fuck you're talking about. Can we call a special election to go into election integrity? What? How do you? What are you even broaching? As what would be on the? Would it be like, check this box if you like Trump, check this box. If you don't like Trump, there's a gun under your seat.
And he said, no, we won't. And I think the governor is the only one that can call it, right? And he wouldn't do it. He wouldn't do it. So when these guys, no, he isn't. What do you mean? Yes, Fung P, exactly. Who is calling? What are you talking about? He doesn't have the right to call a random special election to redo it because you lost. Young and nice guys, they came back. They said, he won't do it, sir. I said, let me handle it. This is easy. You know, I got this guy elected. One thing has nothing to do with the other. One thing has nothing. There's no quid pro quo.
But he was hoping there would be. Asshole, that's exactly what you're expecting. This is, I mean, if there's anything more Trump than this, which is, I'm not saying there's a quid pro quo, but if he doesn't do it, there's going to be damage. Like this, like low end, like CW Sopranos knockoff mafia bullshit.
Remember that word from the fake Ukraine deal? The fake Ukraine, we had Russia, Ukraine. They were both fake deals, okay? I got impeached twice on fake news.
Yeah, that's how it worked. That's pretty much what happened. Yeah. I mean, that's how the historians will look at it. They'll look back on what was he actually impeached for? Fake news, apparently.
But I said to these young people, let me handle it. I was going to show them how good I am. Let me handle it. I'll call them up. I said, Brian, listen, you know, you have a big election integrity problem in Georgia.
And he said, no, we don't.
Hope you can help us out and call a special election, and let's get to the bottom of it for the good of the country. Let's get to the bottom of it for the good of your state. Let's go, election integrity. What could be better than that? Sir, I'm sorry, I cannot do that. Whoa. I
said, whoa. Yeah, that's how it went down. Whoa. What, did you suddenly turn into Jim Ignatowski? The fuck is that?
Than that. Sir, I'm sorry, I cannot do that. Whoa.
Whoa.
Said you cannot do that. And that's why, let me tell you, this guy's a...
Oh, that made sense. I'm sorry. I didn't realize the whoa actually trailed off into nonsense. Listen to this.
What could be better than that? Sir, I'm sorry, I cannot do that. Whoa. I said, you cannot do that. And that's why, let me tell you, this guy's a disaster.
That's just that way to bring it back. Yeah, when in doubt, just whip out disgrace or disaster or unbelievable. Basically, these are your savior words, Mr. Former President, Reverend Jim. Oh, we got to do something about election integrity.
Disaster. They ignore, and you know, he's been a real...
Uh-oh. He tried to go back to the teleprompter and did like that. Look, see, his eyes are at the teleprompter.
They ignore, and you know, he's been a real horrible... I could have...
Bring it back around. I mean, sometimes when if you're heading towards the ground and you're pulling up on the stick, you know what I mean? Maybe you need, I know it seems counterintuitive, but you're heading right into bedrock and the plane is basically pointing straight down. Maybe it's time to put a little more to actually, give it some throttle and then pull back. Because if you pull back on the throttle and you're trying to do this, you have no direction on it. And you can't. You're gonna get more drag than You can't just yank up and turn the engine. You have to, or just eject. I think in this, like, love it. He had a button on his fucking desk that he was like, "We need to work on election integrity." I can't do that. And he just, like, his seat just throws straps on him and just ejects him like a fighter pilot.
Else, you have another bad one, by the way. You have another bad one, Ducey in Arizona. He's another beauty, but not as bad as what you have here. Not as bad.
Why? Because he wasted everyone's time and spent a bunch of taxpayer money and ruined a bunch of machines. But this is the part, by the way, this is the part where we're probably going to get some of the sweet Arizona juice out of this this aging lemon.
They ignored monumental evidence of rampant fraud.
Translation, there was none.
We've all seen the video of ballots being pulled out from under the tables after kicking out all of the observers. Remember that?
Yes, and those were legitimate ballots, and they end up getting processed. There was no fake votes. There were no voters that weren't counted. Those are real human beings who were expressing their desire for either Biden or you. No one can say.
Based on a made-up story of, sir, there's a major water main break, clean out, right?
Yeah, that's how it went. Sir, there a major what? What?
Of, sir, there's a major water main break, clean out, right?
Yeah, that's how it went down. That's basically the story. I mean, there's a 6-hour difference between the two. The other one was about people finishing their work before they went home, and the water main break happened at 6 a.m. the next day and was handled in 2 hours and didn't stop any of the counting at all. But tell us the story again. How'd it work?
Kicking out all of the observers. Remember that? Based on a made-up story of, sir, there's a major water main break, clean out, right? Water main break.
Clear out. What is that? That's what you should say to people. You'd say, clear out, everybody. You wouldn't say clean out because they wouldn't leave. They would pull out dustbusters and just, guys, leave. We're trying to steal an election here. And these assholes are sweeping. I don't know why. You're the one that told them to clean out. I meant clear out. Shit.
It never happened. Remember they said, water main break, everybody get out. And then the people came back in and they were stuffing.
Yeah, they were stuffing. That's exactly how it happened.
Everybody get out. And then the people came back in and they were stuffing.
Yeah, that's what they were doing. I mean, now, granted, stuff is not admissible in a court of law. Is there first and second degree stuff? Is it any relation to HR puff and stuff? Is HR stuff and stuff? Fuck. This is, please God, let him write a history book. My time in the White House as I see it. And somebody needs to write a Trump, I might have to do it, like myself, which is take all of his stories and put them in, like, my story, the Donald Trump unauthorized biography of my time in the White House. And it's literally just his speeches where he would ramble on, sir! Guy walks in, sir! They're going to destroy everything. And I was like, they're not going to destroy everything. It would be, shit. They were stuffing.
Water main break that never happened. Remember they said, water main break, everybody get out. And then the people came back in and they were stuffing. It supposedly caused the vote counting to be shut down for hours and hours. So everyone was out except for these people that were on tape.
No. Asshat. You're in the state where this shit happened. Oh God. First of all, hold on one second. Watermain break, Georgia election. Let's just find that. So, this is what he's talking about. Okay, there we go. Get out of here. All right, that's fine. So this is fact check. Claim of Georgia vote spike for Biden after pipe burst counting counting site is false. Okay, so this is self-evident. We don't really have to cover this. We've covered this so many goddamn times. But quickly, there was the big dump of votes, right? The dump of Biden votes. These dumps of bullshit. Even said on January 6th, I think. Social media users using surveillance footage, poll workers from election day in Georgia reports about pipe leak to push unproven clause. Okay, breaking. This is what happened. This is when the dump of Biden votes happened. Reads a December 4th Facebook post by Hip Hop Patriot, obviously your site you want to go to for election integrity news. After they evacuated the building due to a red tsunami pipe break and stopped counting, video proof shows workers pulling. Okay. Pipe leak delays vote counting, no ballots damaged. This is pipe burst did take place at a ballot processing site at State Farm Arena. However, no ballots were damaged, according to election officials. The broken water pipe did cause a delay in Fulton County's ability to process thousands of absentee by mail votes. Fulton Commission Chairman Rob Pitts told the Journal-Constitution that the pipe burst occurred at 6:07 a.m. and was repaired within 2 hours. The video of the people, let's see if they push this. With a totes full of bags previously. Okay, this is the the totes full of totes magoats full of Georgia suitcase video is missing context. That's the thing from there. God damn, this is a noisy page. You guys need to get out of here. No, I don't want it. That's okay. Let's see if they have the footage on here. Yeah, so these are the people. I just spent 2 hours going through the State Farm surveillance video with Gabrielle Sterling and state investigators. We watched the chain of custody of the table and ballot boxes in question from 8 a.m. till midnight. The boxes were packed and sealed with observers in the room. Nothing improper. That's the people. Okay, from 8 a.m. till midnight. Okay, the folks that he's talking about that were packing stuff in. Where's our do they show the footage of... Anyways, the people with the totes that they're talking about, that was at night. It was in the evening. It was on election night. The water main break happened the next day at 6 a.m. Totally different days. Different days. Look at that. 1,000 plus in the chat room. Fantastic. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for joining us. I appreciate it. Good times. We're having a party over here. And don't forget to subscribe. Please subscribe if you're on YouTube and stuff like God damn. And then if you're on Twitch, welcome. Glad to have you here. Don't forget to subscribe there as well. Or follow. You can also raid and host, I suppose, as long as you're a nice person. But anyways, here we go. Let's continue. He was telling us that two things that happened on 2 different days overlapped. So this is Donald Trump, astrophysicist, folding time for your enjoyment.
In addition, Brian Kemp, Raffensperger,
Barger.
Your state leaders surrendered to Stacey Abrams. They totally surrendered to her.
I just read that, and it's totally true. I've never seen it before. This is the Chris Matthewsing of the teleprompter.
He's afraid of Stacey Abrams. I don't understand that.
Well, apparently he's worried that you're going to endorse her.
Stacey,
Oh, wait.
You have a great team, okay? We talked about that, but I saw him being interviewed by Laura Ingraham, who's fantastic. And he was interviewing, although it was a very soft.
She certainly has good posture and good fast twitch muscles in her right arm and hand and wrist.
Interview in this case, but she's fantastic.
Yeah.
And I don't say he's a man of large stature. I'm being very nice, okay? And he said, I love football. And she said, what position do you play? I'm an offensive tackle in high school. Now, even in high school, he was not an offensive tackle. Okay? And somehow I remembered that. I don't know why.
Yeah, no one does. What the fuck are you talking about? Who gives a shit about how somebody's height in goddamn high school?
Herschel saying, what the hell was that all about, sir?
Oh, I'm creeping on a come up. That's absolutely true. You watch. Here we come. Megaworldwide. It's coming for your viewership.
He's not an offensive tackle. But your state leaders...
No, he's not. He's the Secretary of State of Georgia, the state you're in. Who gives a fuck what position he played on his high school football team?
To Stacey Abrams and allowed themselves to be bullied into a disastrous consent decree that effectively abolished signature verification and paved the way for massive fraud. And they don't want to do anything about it. They don't. I'll tell you, a couple of people do when they...
By the way, they have signature verification there. It's just ridiculous. What he means by signature verification is that people who are voting from home have to get their shit notarized. What he wanted was there had to be during the pandemic, there had to be someone else in the house that after you've been voting for years, you vote from home, it's your signature, but they had to have somebody there basically to witness it or put a notary stamp on it effectively so that you could fucking vote. That's what he basically wanted. He wanted somebody else there. Now, if you live alone in a pandemic, you got to go find somebody to watch you sign your fucking ballot when they can match your signature, which they do. What he meant with signature verification was they wanted another person there. At a time when either people lived alone or it was like especially single moms with their kids have minor children who do not qualify as a witness in this circumstance. That's how you do it. You set up these artificial standards that don't affect your voters because they're all going to show up on the day, right? But everybody else, because you know the mail-in vote's going to be heavily for your opponent, you make that as hard as possible.
And they're here right now, but they didn't want to do anything about it, and the agreement was never approved by the state legislature.
It doesn't have to. They already passed something a long time ago that deals with emergencies that happen during elections. They don't have to approve every fucking change. That's the whole point of an emergency plan. Because there wouldn't be time to be in session. And calling a session in an emergency, especially one like a pandemic or a fucking flood or a series of tornadoes that tear through the area. But if you want people to be able to vote in that current circumstance, we have to change it. We got to move some of the polling places. We got to add machines someplace. We got to open it up so that people can go to a different polling area if there's flooding and shit like that. But we have to call together the legislature to do it? No, they have an emergency response bill that gives the governor powers when there's a national emergency. Trump signed a national emergency order, which gave all the governors the power to make those kind of changes because whatever their legislature gave them as extraordinary circumstance powers in any of this situation. This is so rudimentary.
Anyway, it wasn't even approved.
It doesn't have to be fucking approved.
Recently, it was reported, your state, this is in Arizona now.
Yeah, people were getting lost. Nobody knows who the fuck you're talking about.
This is the great state of Georgia.
Well, it's good to remind yourself or whatever. Did they put a Post-it on top of the teleprompter?
It was reported that 43,000 absentee ballot votes were counted in DeKalb County that
DeKalb.
violated the chain of custody rules, okay? Now,
oh, yeah? Did they? They violated the chain of custody rules? Were they fraudulent votes? Were they not real voters? Is this is your attempt to throw out the votes of 43,000 people because someone working with or for or in support of you ignored their post or something? Is that where we're going?
Oh, you have to remember that Georgia was decided by only 11,779 votes.
Oh, we remember because you asked for 11,800 votes or some shit. But for the record, I'm just going to go. I have to say that all of those votes you just mentioned, those 43,000 that were outside the chain of custody, those were all Trump mail-in votes. Thank you, Foggy. Prove me wrong. All of those votes were Trump votes. If you threw them all out, you would lose by 50,000. Prove me wrong. Why is the assumption that 100% of the, how about this? How about they're 50-50 and the margin is still 10,000?
So I only needed one more vote than that to win the election.
Yeah, but you didn't win that many votes.
We have many, many more votes than we needed to win the election.
Well, no, because you're also assuming that those votes, wherever they're from, are all for Biden. And that you could throw out people's legally executed votes.
Recently sent the Georgia Secretary of State a letter outlining the glaring issue, and I've never gotten a response.
Huh. Ghosted. It's got to be rough. They just swiped left and moved on.
I hear somebody said they're looking at me for questioning the election. That'll be an interesting one. Mm-hmm. Let's go after Trump because he's questioning the election. You know what? If
No. Questioning isn't the problem. This is a game they play all the time. I'm just asking questions. This is like what fucking what's her name? The rapper who was just got, you know, the dude with the horse balls or whatever. Like I forget, the ivermectin balls. No, he got the vaccine? Anyways, not important. Yeah, Nicki Minaj, thank you. I'm just asking questions. There's no question in her fucking tweet. You're not just asking questions. You're asking for votes. You're asking for the head of the state to give you votes.
Won or lost, all I want is a fair election. That's all you want.
And you got one. Congratulations. Your cab is waiting.
But I have no doubt that we won, and we won big.
Well, that's because you're deluded. That's like, I mean, you might as well say, I have no doubt that I'm Napoleon and Jesus in the flesh. And?
There are, listen to these numbers. These are Georgia numbers.
Uh-huh. They're Georgia numbers.
These come from the state, they told me.
Yeah, they come from the state of Georgia. These are Georgia numbers.
Are you sure these numbers are right? They said they're right, so...
Yeah, they must be. Somebody said they're right. Right? They're right. Somebody told me they said they're from Georgia and they're right. Yeah, this is the decision-making process and the vetting of information that this asshole goes through. That's fucking amazing. Listen to this thought process.
The state, they told me.
Hold on, wait.
These are Georgia numbers, and these come from the state. They told me. I said, are you sure these numbers are right? They said they're right, so let me apologize if they're not.
Apology not accepted, fuck you.
But they are right.
No, they're not. I don't even know what they are, but the fact that you're going to put them up to me and that you're reading them out of the teleprompter, which is right here, which is where he's looking right there.
1,300 individuals in Georgia who moved more than 30 days before the November election to a different county in Georgia, but failed to re-register and vote in their current county of residence. That means their votes don't count.
Well, no, it would mean the only vote that wouldn't count in their, and by the way, lots of Republicans and other people moved around. Again, I don't know why these would all be for Biden in the theory, but the only thing it would affect is perhaps their congressional representative. So you might have to have there's a chance that, I'm just saying there's a chance that Marjorie Taylor Greene actually lost the election if you use this standard. So I would suggest looking into it, but it has no effect on the presidential race specifically, or the senators. So, and also, bullshit.
It's counted. There are 4,052 individuals who voted, but whose names do not appear on the Georgia registered voter list. Oh, that's a little bit of a...
Well, then how did they get a ballot from anywhere? Or do you, or when people do you have same day registration? Did they show up and they were like, I should be registered to vote? You're not. Oh shit, did I get kicked off? Yeah, you're not on the rolls. So, okay, well, you'll have to vote provisionally and then we'll count it if we need it. Again, who the fuck says these 4,000 are for Biden? They don't exist. But let's just, for the sake of argument, I'm going to guess these 4,000 people don't exist. I'm putting this out there, that these fantasy 4,000 voters that he's talking about are actually people who live in Florida who drove up to Georgia believing Trump's bullshit about you can just vote anywhere. They're not even going to stop you, and decided to vote in Georgia even though they live in Florida, and they all voted for Trump, and so he loses by 4,000 more. So take 4,000 more out of Trump's vote count.
Problem. There are 18,325 individuals in Georgia who voted, whose addresses are recorded on the U.S. Postal Service as vacant. They're vacant.
No, and he means vacant lots, and no, they're not. By the way, these are people who are in mobile homes. These are areas. A lot of the USPS has a block of where you send your mail to like just a giant mailbox at the edge of the motorhome park, but the rest of it is considered vacant land owned by the motorhome park, but they don't have a permanent recognition of residence in there. So you register in your lot there, which the actual motorhome park recognizes. And by the way, just dig down deep inside your brain and see if you can figure out who people who live in motorhomes in Georgia voted for. Just trailer park in general. Who do you think walked away with the trailer park vote this time? I mean, killed it. So again, he's full of shit. But let's just give him the benefit of the doubt that how many?
25 individuals in Georgia.
Hold on.
There are 18,325 individuals.
Okay, so strike 18,325 votes from Trump's count. Because I'll give him the benefit. Maybe there's 1,000 Biden supporters who live in trailer parks. But in general, if you're driving around a trailer park, and by the way, I'm from Kentucky, I can speak openly on this topic. If you're driving around trailer park territory and you see a political sign on the lawn, if they have one, or in the window or any of that shit, who do you think in general it's going to favor? I grew up in Peaks Mill, Kentucky. It's outside of Frankfort, the capital. 17,325 votes taken out of Trump's count.
In Georgia who voted.
There's a woman down ill behind him.
On the Georgia registered voter list. Oh, that's a little bit of a problem. There are 18,325.
You mean the woman over there behind the dude in the red hat that dozed off?
Individuals in Georgia who voted, whose addresses are recorded on the U.S. Postal Service as vacant.
Oh, is that what these folks are looking at? Is that what you're saying? A woman fainted. Obviously from boredom, but luckily, thank God, boredom is not fatal.
They're vacant. It's vacant. During the hand raise.
This lady's leaning on that guy and is saying something, but I don't know if there's somebody in front of her.
Falsified tally sheets were discovered showing unanimous votes.
Sorry, what the tally sheet said what?
Hand recount, falsified tally sheets were discovered showing unanimous votes, and votes counted exclusively for Joe Biden. Ballot images obtained through a public records request revealed duplicated votes, which included at least 3,390 extra votes for Joe Biden.
Okay, let's take a look at that. Let's see. Let's just look up duplicated votes, Georgia. We've been through. He's not talking about one ballot container right. This is solid. This is rock solid. Duplicate ballots found in Fulton County. Fulton County, a review of mail-in ballots in Fulton County made public under Georgia's new voting law revealed duplicates that appeared before a recount. Oh, before a recount. So the recount got rid of them. Okay. One ballot contained a write-in for hip-hop star Kanye West and actor Dwayne Johnson. So they voted for Kanye or The Rock. Okay. There's no indication the double count of ballots influenced the final vote tally for either President Donald Trump or Joe Biden. The duplicates would have actually given Biden 27 more votes if they were tabulated. But they weren't. Biden won Georgia by just over 12,000 votes. Okay, good. All right, cool. So duplicate ballots. So, let's just say that Kanye and Dwayne Johnson both equally making an impact.
In Fulton County, 100,000 tally sheets for mail-in ballots were missing for months following the election. Oh, gee. I wonder how that happened.
I guess that they were trying to hide the fact that they were adding votes to your tally, trying to help you, and then they had to pony them up after a while.
Georgia officials also took $45 million from Facebook's Mark Zuckerberg to...
You mean to pay? They took it to pay for drop boxes.
Election-related activities.
Boo. Yeah, lock up Zuckerberg. Right. Knock yourself out.
Well, they should be looking at that. What is that all about? Over 90...
Hey, what is the deal with drop boxes? Why do they call it Facebook?
percent of this funding.
Oh, they're fanning the lady who fell over?
They say...
Somebody come over and help this lady. She is passed out. She's right here. Yeah, eyes rolling back in her head. She's bored to shit. She said, I don't know, I can't hear what she's saying. Something about, I've heard all this shit, nothing changes. And then her eyes rolled back and she farted and now she's I think she's just asleep.
November election was given to Democrat areas of the state and used to boost Democrat voter turnout. What's that all about?
What is that all about? We're supposed to be able to stop Democratic voter turnout. We have no other plan.
Have a limit of like $5,200. He's given millions and millions of dollars to different states, not only Georgia, among other things.
Yeah, to the states. To a red state. Hey, dumbass, it could have helped you. Part of the fact that you were as close as you were, besides, of course, all the fact that all the fraud we've seen has been counted, and therefore it padded your vote another, 70,000 some odd votes, and you actually lost by close to 100,000. Never mind. But he gave it to the states, not to the party, and he gave it, in this case, to Brian Kemp and Raffensperger to dole out wherever they wanted. He had no control over where they would put the drop boxes if indeed they had them. He was literally trusting them to put them in the proper places. I wouldn't have.
That's for the famous drop boxes that you hear about, where a vast percentage of the votes in the unlocked and unguarded boxes were for Biden.
They weren't unlocked and unguarded. They had to be unlocked to take the votes out eventually.
They were for Biden, even though we know who most of them were for, according to...
Really? You think most of the people who use drop boxes actually voted for you, but what happened? They took them out, they went and refilled them out, re-signed them with the signature, put them back in the envelope, licked it, DNA'd it, risked 20 years in prison for every single one.
True the Vote, great group. At least 7% of the Dropbox vote was illegally trafficked. That's not
illegally trafficked. Oh, well, since you were saying they were really for you. Oh, I see. So you paid for people to stuff the drop boxes and it still wasn't enough. I see.
92,000 votes in the Atlanta metropolitan area alone. That's 92,000. Remember, we're talking about a little more than 11,000.
Yeah. I don't know if you know this, but in Atlanta, A lot of Biden voters.
92,000. That's one of many categories.
Yes, absolutely. And by the way, those again, we'll just assume that all 92,000 of those were the Trump voters because you were stuffing ballots trying to improve your position in Atlanta, which was not going your way.
In addition, a new investigation by True the Vote, very respected group.
Yeah, very respected, except by normal people.
Alleges a gigantic illegal ballot harvesting operation involving large numbers of people throughout the state. With all of these discrepancies.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, you and Brian Kemp and Raffensperger tried to give you the state. They tried to help you, so you created all this. You were clearly, you were clearly arranging for ballot harvesting and that kind of stuff to pad your vote in the state because you were afraid you were going to lose it, and everything pointed to you losing the actual state. And then, after all, you got close, but you weren't able to. You paid for all these votes, and you had all these people working with the Republicans in charge of the state, and they tried to flip the election for you and failed. And now, since you lost, you're going to say, well, there was fraud, even though the fraud was there to benefit you legally. So.
And criminal acts. Governor Kemp and Raffensperger and your Attorney General, who unfortunately has not decided to get involved other than looking at people that are questioning the votes, aren't interested in the people that committed the voter fraud. They're only interested in me and others because I bring voter fraud to the forefront in order to save our nation from corrupt elections and to make sure that this never, ever happens again.
Yeah, it won't. I mean, you're not going to run in 2024. It's not going to happen. You're going to continue to decline and gack yourself up on some sort of drug cocktail every goddamn day. You're going to get more boring, more tiresome. More people are going to pass out from boredom. You're going to get more gross. And we haven't even talked about next year when, in an attempt to make yourself relevant in the midterms, you actually come out and say something, Access Hollywood level, pussy tape quality, and screw the Republican Party right at a crucial moment, and everybody gets mad at you all over again. And then, of course, when you don't leave the house and you do all these like weird call-in interviews for about 6 months, and then when everybody sees you, you look like 100 years older. Like that's the stuff that's going to happen next year and the year after that. So, I mean, we'll deal with it as it comes.
Never happens again.
Yeah, you're not going to run. I mean, because if you run, you can't have the super PAC money anymore. So, I think we're getting near the end of this nonsense, by the way.
Even the Fulton County DA, district attorney, is after me. But no one is willing to give us the information we want in Fulton County. And, Fulton County.
The information you want is that you actually won. And it's not going to happen.
Has a terrible reputation for...
terrible reputation for what?
And, Fulton County has a terrible reputation for voter corruption.
Voter corruption? Is it kind of like, is that like a contributing to the delinquency of no longer a minor?
Probably among the worst in the country. They say I'm being aggressive, but you have to be aggressive to weed out this horrible election corruption. You have to be aggressive. In truth, they're not after me. They're after you. I just happen to be in the way. That's what's really happening.
Yeah, that's what's happening. Yeah, it's totally, I mean, honestly, yeah, he's not going to make it to 2024. This is not happening. Worried about corruption. Exactly. Yeah, and by the way, this is I tweeted a thing, this guy, I think his name's Rick Chapman. I'm going to blow his name right now, but this YouTube video about what populism is, what actually ranks as populism, what qualifies as populism. And this is a key point of this, which is grievance on me, grievance on me, grievance on me. It's all about me. They're all me. me. But all these attacks on me are actually attacks on you. That's what this is. Yeah, no, Matt Gaetz borrowed it from him. This is now a standard. This is standard operating procedure for Republican scandals and bullshit. Yeah, Rex Chapman. Thank you, Franken Smith-Berry.
Yesterday, we also got the results of the Arizona audit.
Yes, you did.
Which were so disgracefully reported by those people, right?
Yeah, it was terrible of them to actually report what was said and what was actually in the report. It's disgraceful. By the way, he's also pointing at Newsmax cameras.
There in the headlines claiming that Biden won.
He did win by more.
That Biden won are fake news and a very big lie. You know, they like to, do you ever notice when they write about that, they would say, while the election results are a big lie, every report.
That's not what anybody says. Is that what is, again, does he have like special contacts in?
They would say, while the election results are a big lie, every reporter, it's like, it's.
Yeah, that's every reporter says, while the election results are a big lie. Said no one ever. What are you talking about?
While the election results are a big lie, every reporter, it's just total misinformation.
Is it? You mean like saying misinformation? Let me let's just say somebody says all reporters say something, and then they say something that is gibberish, and insist that this is actually something that A, people have said, and B, makes fucking sense?
Wow, they're totally unfounded. Everything's unfounded, big lie, not correct.
Yes, it is.
While Trump has no reason to say this, I mean, we get piles and piles of information.
Show it, motherfucker. Show it. Why are you even giving a speech? If you have piles of shit, bring out, this is how you do it. And I don't want to help this asshole, but this is how I would do it if any of this was real. This is how Hal Sparks would handle this circumstance. I would have a rally like this, a few months after this thing, after we'd had our investigation and I found all this stuff. If I had lost, like Gore lost, and actually won Florida, I'd have a rally like this, put a giant desk that resembles the one in the Oval Office on there, and there'd be a giant, just people would bring me stacks of paper, and I would go, this is Gary Peters, and Gary voted this thing. Gary's dead. Clap. This is Sandra Jenkins, and Sandra Jenkins is 14 years old and from Guatemala, and she voted, and this is her picture, and this is a shot of her doing bang. Like, you just sit there. Don't even talk about the generalities of it. Case after you don't even have to go through all of it. After 100 of them, people would go, oh my God, there's a there. But he can't do any of it. Seriously, every time they do this shit, like even when Rudy was in front of all these, the state legislatures, like, motherfucker, why are you talking? Just read the dead people. Just sit up there. If there are that many, there's so many. Yeah, there's 16,000 people in Perry, Georgia. I know, because he can rent a fucking field for cheap. He's a miser when it's his own money. But that's how you do it. There is no there. If there was, it'd be the easiest slam dunk ever.
Affidavits by the thousands and
yeah, read them. Thousands and thousands of affidavits in the book Peril, in that chapter about Lindsey Graham getting memos from Rudy Giuliani and giving them to his attorney. Dude goes, he keeps talking about affidavits, and Lindsey Graham literally says, I can get an affidavit tomorrow that says the world is flat.
It's a disgrace.
Read one. Fucking read one. Read a paragraph from one of them. Please. You got thousands and thousands. There got to be one in there that's like, oh, shit, man. If we just read this little piece, is done. Right? How easy would this be? A poll worker in this place where it's going to witness this kind of thing, they signed an affidavit to this, they took pictures with their phone of this circumstance, blah, blah, blah. Like that. Do it. It's been months. Do it.
We won on the Arizona forensic audit yesterday at 11.
No, you didn't. Wait, at a level no one's even ever seen before? Is that where he's going?
We won on the Arizona forensic audit yesterday at a level that you wouldn't believe. And
yes, this is true. You won at a level I would not believe. First of all, I do not believe you won because you lost. And I don't consider losing by more to be winning at all.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to read off for you. Their results right from their page.
Yeah, read it. Let's just read it right from their page.
These are very talented people.
Yeah. Have you heard the Cyber Ninjas clarinet concerto? It's chef's kiss.
Yet it's so difficult because the Washington Post, the New York Times, and virtually every mainstream media source, CNN, forget it, they're so dishonest. By the way, their ratings are down 81%. Would you say that?
Yes, because we are not white-knuckling our fucking country anymore. Now people can go back to watching fiction and going to shit like Comic-Con and doing things again once we get past the Delta variant, but nobody's going, fuck, man. Well, I'm going to wake up this morning and he's going to say that anybody with Mexican heritage who's lived here less than 65 years has got to be report to a camp or something. Like we were all just white. You know when you're driving on a highway and it's late at night and you're already tired and you go through one of those areas where they've taken a 3-lane road down to one road and they're using the concrete barriers and you feel like a fucking X-Wing fighter in a Death Star where you're like, God damn it, my car, your little car suddenly feels gigantic and you're like, I'm going to hit the sides. God damn it. That was 4 years of Trump. Now we're like, is the whole place asphalt? I'm taking my hands off the wheel. Auto drive.
And likewise, CNBC, and likewise those crooked newscasts. And by the way, Greg...
Yeah, and likewise, those crooked newscasts.
NBC, and likewise those crooked newscasts. And by the way, Greg Gutfeld is #1 in the evening now, and he's on cable.
Yeah, he got the #1 spot because all the other late night hosts were on vacation and playing reruns. They're all back now. That won't be the book in October. Dummy. I won late night in the summer, when all the late night hosts are on vacation.
And he's great.
Yeah.
He's #1. He's beating because people, they're not funny. These people aren't funny. Frankly, I think they're sick.
Well, yeah, I mean, of course. Biden's like Han Solo. Let's blow this thing and go home. Exactly.
There's nothing funny about it, but you have a cable person beating all these guys with all that money. I hope Fox is going to pay Greg what they're making. Add it up together. That's what I did on The Apprentice. I said, I have higher ratings than all these big stars on The Apprentice. I said to NBC at the time, they loved me so much during The Apprentice.
It's weird because they weren't going to re-up it. It's one of the reasons why you ran for president as a stunt, essentially. That's why you filmed the whole thing and you hired actors to be like Trump supporters behind you. It was a PR stunt to not lose your job.
They went bad. Well, they didn't want me to run. They said, please, another 3 years, another 5, we'll do whatever. They did not want me to run.
Yeah, that's why. NBC didn't want you to run because it was such a hit. Not because they just spent years with you and knew you were a fucking maniac.
You won't win. Why would you give up a primetime show that's doing so well? And then I did it. And
why would you give up a primetime show with declining viewership?
Look what happened. My life
I mean, not everybody can leave their shows when they're, go out on top. When you're still the #1 show. I mean, it only happens to a few of us. But very few people have 3 shows that are the #1 show Just saying.
Simple. My life was so simple. I should have just. But
Yes, it was simple. In deference to you and your sons, and Baron excluded, of course.
you know what? What we've done is so important. What we've exposed is so important. And what we're doing and what we're going to do is going to be the most important of all.
Yeah, well said. Jesus. Mm-hmm. What I've did and done and am doing and will do and have done and do, every do I do is going to be great. Just, I love how he ends these, like, these are supposed to be these big, like, flourishes, and like, every time he ends, it's like, God, fuck. Every sentence, this is what's beautiful about this. And folks, I want to remind you of this. You know, while he's, well, yes, election lies and he's full of shit and he's a dangerous psychopath and his followers are lunatics and many of them have violent tendencies. Yeah, let's put that aside for a second and understand that every fucking sentence in this teleprompter and in all of these speeches reminds him every 15th word that he's a loser. That's why I love these rallies so much now. That's why these are the best Trump rallies ever. Because at the end of every sentence is, that's why I lost. And so even when he's like, we did it and we're gonna win, and shit. And that's why his face goes to that every fucking time. Give me a check. They caught me frowning. I got a Mussolini for a second. That's what he does, by the way, in case you didn't know that. Apparently, he thinks if he holds his neck up like this, it gives him a Mussolini, Hitler kind of a leader thing, and also hides his neck waddle, which he's very touchy about, which is also why he goes in pictures. You ever see him take his pictures at Mar-a-Lago and he's like, and his neck is all striated? Okay, the reason he does that is because he's sensitive about his neck waddle, and you strain your neck, it makes your jawline hard.
But they had headlines that Biden.
It's a very coordinated chance tonight. He's pooping. Vagineck. He uses that's the name of the cream that he uses. I'm using Vagineck. It's the only way to keep it smooth. I'm surprised no one has come along who's a big fan and grabbed him by the waddle.
In Arizona when they know it's not true.
I'm sorry, sir. I mistook it for something else.
He didn't win in Arizona. He lost in Arizona based on
He won more.
the forensic audit.
No, he didn't. No, he did not. I watched the whole fucking thing. We did it live. I mean, maybe you're trusting that none of these people watch anything except Newsmax and OAN. But even they were like, well, shit.
And some people say, and I understand this, and I have great friends.
Yeah, you do. Totally. Best friends ever. Yeah. I mean, that's why we've seen those. That's why you had so many fireside chats during your presidency where you brought people in, or all those things where, you know, you had people over to the White House and it was totally not a transactional bullshit dinner with people like Zuckerberg. It was your buddies, and they would hang out, and you wouldn't wander around farting up the hallways by yourself, yelling at paintings or anything like that. No, you've got great friends. I have friends. Trump has no friends. Let's just make that honest to God. He has sycophants who think they can benefit from being around him, who obviously see there is an audience to be had or money to be made by being around him. He doesn't have any friends. Look at Michael Cohen. Even that dude said at one point he would take a bullet for Trump. And then he's like, fuck that guy. I can't ever believe I was that. He's got sycophant, cult-like followers and ticks like any dog. Dude has no fucking friends. None.
really want what's best for us. They say, sir, you're leading in every poll, but
Yes, all my best friends call me sir. That's a sign of a true friend. Listen to this shit.
really want what's best for us.
Hold on.
And I have great, great friends that really want what's best for us. They say, sir, you're leading.
Yes, great friends who call me sir. Yeah, sir friend. Fuck you. I don't know why that's so funny to me, but like, way to just like, I mean, it's like walking out to home plate when you're up to bat with 3 bats and you're swinging them like, look at this shit. Step down, pointing like you're gonna hit a home run, and then you lean back, the ball flies out of your hand, you end up leaning in, the ball hits you in the forehead, and you just collapse on home plate. I have great friends who say, sir, fuck off. I have great friends who I insist call me sir. Like he says sir like a tick.
And some people say, and I understand this, and I have great, great friends that really want what's best for us.
Sure.
They say, sir, you're leading in every poll by number.
That's how my friends talk to me. Shit. My friends, you know, my great friends, my best friends, all say, sir, you're leading in every poll. Oh, God. And when I say great friends, I don't mean campaign staffers who have to give me a rusty trombone or I'll kick them to the curb. And because they work for me, they can't find a job anywhere else. Fuck, sir. Oh, my God. My great friends come up to me and say, sir, you're leading in every poll. That's awesome. Oh, God. Fuck, if any of my friends call me sir, I punch them in the stomach. Because we're friends. The fuck are you talking about, sir? I have great friends who want the best for America. Who even talks like this? Oh, God.
Say, and I understand this, and I have great, great friends that really want what's best for us. They say, sir, you're leading in every poll by numbers like nobody's ever seen before. Think to the future, not to the past. And I say, if we don't think about the past, you'll never win again in the future because it's...
Yes, if you don't dwell on the past, you'll never have a hope for the future. Oh, shit. Oh, God. Full disclosure, at points in my life, because Hal is such a strange name for some people to pronounce, I know it doesn't seem like much, but especially if you have friends that are from other countries that have accents, Hal can be a bit of a walk for them. So I toyed at one point with people calling me H, or just call me Sparks. It's way easier to say. And I couldn't do it. It just sounded so fucking like stilted and oh, God. Like it was like labored. It's like, nah, just call me that. Who cares? Yes. Sir Hal does have a nice ring to it. I do fully expect to be knighted. I mean, I will be 93 when it happens, but still.
It's all right. I understand what they're saying. But it's
I
all-
understand what they're saying because they're my best friends who call me sir.
And it's a massive disinformation campaign by the corrupt and very fake media. It's a disinformation. So here's what they say.
Okay, here's what they say. This is it. Finally, Hal, can you call me sir? No, you may not. No, yeah. You can say, Captain, my captain. I don't know. This is so stupid.
Here's what they say. You ready? This is from the report. How do we look up there? Okay, they're not bad. Let's see. Oh. That's a nice screen.
Are they?
Who the hell else gives you a screen like that?
Oh, he paid for the big screen to come up. Are they going to pull back and show it?
So here's from the report. Okay,
Great.
this is from the
Yeah, let's do it. Here we go.
forensic audit by very respected people. And it was a very, very conservatively done report. It's much worse than this. The astounding
Yeah. The cyber ninjas were sent in to hold back.
findings include, ready? 23,344 mail-in ballots were counted, despite the person no longer living in that address. Oh, that's good. So they...
By the way, Maricopa County went through and fact-checked all of this bullshit, by the way. Let's see. Here we go. There's a whole... look, it's voter registration day. They're really rubbing it in. Let's see. March 3rd, staff comply with Senate subpoena to gather November elections. Here you go. Oh, I definitely want to do it. Okay. They go through, if you ever want to see it, go to Maricopa County's Twitter feed, by the way. This is the stuff. Here you go. They'll present the audit live. They plan on live tweeting it, but certainly no one. Okay. 2, the report was leaked, so naturally I read it and wrote up a response discussing the cybersecurity bits. 3, most of the news about cybersecurity is concerned about whether the results came out right. This is probably the most important part, but my expertise is in the cybersecurity. Hand count and audit affirms Biden beat Trump. Can I just tell you, jerks who leaked the draft, how much I hate you forcing me to stay up till 4 a.m.? Current status, don't watch, it be a waste of time to get your blood pressure roiling. Yes, polls say voters don't trust elections, so what? Dr. Shiva, the fraud who continues to claim he invented email, despite clear evidence that email predated his invention by many years. One easy proof is early internet, ARPANET standards. Anyone can see that this looks like an email from years before his invention. Okay, this is him. This is from ARPANET. This is them sending messages via email, internal email. Shameless inventor of email among his qualifications. That's what they. Dr. Shiva is going through a list of anomalies. It's important to distinguish these anomalies. These are not things he does understand that he knows indicates something bad happened. Here's an example of how their explanations for things Dr. Shiva doesn't understand. He sees duplicates happen and a spike after an election, but there's reasons for this. Yes, duplicate envelopes will increase as we get closer to election day. County is contacting people to cure signatures, and people are realizing that they forgot to put their ballot in the envelope, so they're being sent another ballot. They're sent another envelope, and they actually have to like hand it in. There's no duplicate ballots, just the envelopes, right? Special bipartisan election board assists voters who may need assistance with signing affidavits. Here's an example of the anomalies pointed out by Shiva. This guy, by the way, is Errata Rob, if you want to dive into any of the stuff about this. But we'll listen to some of Trump's stuff, and we'll address it on each front. This is, and I want him to start, I can't wait till he says, like, server or some shit.
He mailed in, but there's nobody living there. 23,000.
By the way, all Trump voters, 23,000 Trump voters lied about their place of residence so that they could vote illegally. That's 23,000 off of Trump's count in the election.
The entire margin in the state was only 10,457.
Well, no, it's almost 40,000 now because of the people who you just mentioned who all voted for you, who their votes have to be removed.
Votes. So remember this, because each one of these categories are more than you need. More than you need.
Yeah, but they're also Trump voters. All of them are Trump voters. So they just lower your number. So now you've lost by 40,000. What next?
So you have 10,000, a little over 10,000 votes that I, quote, lost by. But all these
Yes, we're quoting the actual election results.
things happened. There were 17,322 duplicate ballots, which
favored Trump. We watched this live. This was super good.
renowned computer scientist Dr. Shiva
Renowned computer science.
identified as having surged right after the election was over.
You mean when they duplicate ballots after people have sent them in, both in person and by mail, because they're not going through on the machine, so they fill them out, they do a duplicate, because you wouldn't duplicate them. If there were duplicate ballots before the election, that would be weird. But since nobody's supposed to start counting until Election Day, they're all going to happen after the election, fucko.
Between November 4th and November 9th, scores of mail-in ballot duplicates emerged. Duplicates, you know what a duplicate is, right? Oh.
Yes, we know what a duplicate is. Do you know what a duplicate is? They make a copy, it's counted once. And they did find, again, this is the area where Trump lost the most. Let's see. Cyber Ninjas duplicate ballots favor Trump. Let's see. See if that, there's a bunch of, let's see. There you go. Oh, that's September 20th. Yeah, this is right. Okay. Rebutting Trump's claims about fraud in Arizona point by point. Here we go. This is it. The number includes 23,344 mail-in ballots despite the person no longer living in the address. One of the themes that you'll see in Trump's claims is his unwavering insistence that the estimates provided by the team conducting the review are in fact ironclad, and that two, they necessarily represent fraud to President Biden's benefit. Again, I am going to assert from now on that all fraud found, because everyone who's been busted for fraud actually voted for Trump. Everybody who acts like the dude who murdered his wife and faked her vote while she was missing, and he was pretending that she was missing, and he voted for Trump in her stead. Trump won 100% of the murder your wife vote so that she'll vote for Trump. Neither of those is either demonstrably true or even likely true. Trump lost the county by only about 2 percentage points. We might therefore assume that about half of any suspect votes were cast on his behalf. All of them. I'm saying all of them. Prove me wrong. The specific claim, every time he brings up fraud, he lost those votes. Those don't count towards his win. You know, his extra votes. Whatever. His loss. The specific claim can be found in volume 3 of the draft report. That's the volume that actually delineates the claims. Preceding 2 volumes are fairly short. In short, the final list of voters who cast mail-in ballots was compared to a commercial database of people who moved between households. It found that this is the Melissa system. It found that 15,000 people had moved elsewhere in Maricopa County before the registration deadline. An additional 1,700 moved elsewhere in the state, and about 6,600 moved out of state. What the review did not do is verify that the database results were correct. This is from a commercial database that has nothing to do with anything. Sorry, what was that again? How your remarks to Trump's points of contention actually don't make sense. If he lost by 10,000 more than that number were not counted, then you're saying they were all Trump voters. Then how your comment he lost by more make any sense? What? Oh, Frank, you're clearly not understanding me. So Trump lost by 10,000. If he asserts that there were 20,000 fraudulent votes and therefore those votes need to be thrown out, he is assuming that what it would be is that in a state, by the way, that he lost by 2%, that there wouldn't be an even match between these 23,000 votes and that they somehow all magically favor Biden. And I'm asserting without any evidence, because that's what he's doing, is that they all favor him. And that without any evidence to the contrary, I think all votes that he says are fraudulent should be removed from his count, meaning that he lost by more. Isn't it an absurd claim? Of course it is. Just like his.
What?
That's why I keep putting that graphic up while we're talking about it. But also I'm right. Okay. So here we go. 23,000. And this is the next one. The official canvass does not even match who voted. Off by 11,592, more than the entire presidential margin. We have here Cybernet reports. This is from the Melissa database versus the state's database, which, by the way, shows that people moved, but does not show their registration or any of that stuff for that matter, and what period you would have to list it. And a lot of people just moved, in with their parents or their significant other during the pandemic, but still voted from home because it's still where they live.
96% of the ballots that came in on 2 of these days were duplicates.
You what? Hold on. I mean, 2,000. I don't want to duplicates in original ballots. Is that one in here? 96% of the ballots that came in were duplicates. Okay. All of the ballots that will or could be counted arrived either in person on election day, or the next day, or by mail. The last day they could come in being postmarked was election day. So 2 days later, Wednesday, I think, is the last day. The 5th is when the mail-in ballot that was postmarked on election day, if you didn't just drop it off or put it in a drop-off box. Friday, no ballots are coming in. They're counting them. And they've already counted the vast majority of them. That's why, Biden won Arizona and they knew it. And then they went through provisional ballots and all this other shit, but there wasn't enough of them to fucking matter. So 96%. How many was that? 12? 96% of the 14 ballots that came in on Saturday were duplicates made because they had cured the ballots and called people, and people were like, I don't think my vote was counted. Again, all Trump voters, and they should be kicked out.
Ballots that came in on 2 of these days were duplicates. There were 2,000.
What? Sorry, what 2 days? You mean Friday and Saturday after it was 96, not 96%? Right.
382 votes who voted in person, even though they had moved out of the county. Oh. 2,080.
Sorry, say again?
382 votes who voted in person, even though they had moved out of the county.
According to the Melissa database, not according to the person, the voter, their registration with the state. According to the state database, they voted in the proper county where they're from. Fuck you. End of story. Again, 382 isn't going to turn over the election, but I'm taking 382 votes out of your category. Trump lost by 382 more votes.
Oh. 2,081 voters had moved out of the state. They're not allowed to vote, but they voted anyway. 5,047 people. Remember, a little over 10,000. 11. Think of that. I mean, just give that a little thought. Everyone.
Yeah, a tiny little thought. Because you give it any real thought, you'll recognize that it either will be. Yes, Trump did vote illegally in Florida. Chat room. This is true. Because he doesn't actually have a residence there. He's living at a golf club and that he legally can't live at.
These numbers, 5,047 people voted in more than one county, resulting in up to 5,295 what they call overvotes. It's an overvote. In other words,
Okay. The cyber ninjas, the overvotes. Let's see. Let's see if the Maricopa folks deal with the let's see. Arizona overvotes. We looked at the overvotes favor Trump and Jorgensen. I think that's what it is. Jorgensen. Where is it? That's Arizona Central, November 6, 2020. February 10th, 2020. 4 days ago. Must include Jorgensen. We'll find this because we watched it live. I don't know that anybody else is going to put this in a story. I don't know that it made it. It's November 12th. Okay, there was a lot of stories about Cyber Ninja's release findings. There you go. Derp, 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 derp. Derp, 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 derp. Full report. Cyber Ninja's results on election audit. Excellent. Recommended action items. Ballot tally. Where's the, let's see. Issues America, the blank signatures. Duplicate ballot. There you go. Here you go. Duplicate ballots favored McSally and Trump. Additionally, Cyber Ninja said the alleged duplicate ballots they discovered favored Trump, Martha McSally, and independent presidential candidate Jorgensen. Duplicate ballots favored McSally and Trump. We talked about this when it happened. Every time voters question signature blank, Cyber Ninja's audit process is a bunch of bullshit. He's going to say they deleted documents and stuff too. I have to show you there's a lot of stuff in the Twitter thread from the Maricopa County folks, but I have to, let's see, where was the one? It's down here. So fun. I'll find it. I'll retweet it later. But there's some like magic stuff about them. Here you go. Here you go. This is some of the thing. 393 out of 2.6 million is the definition of rare, which is great. I thought it was pink in the middle, brown on the outside. All right, never mind. Claim 2,382 in-person voters who moved out of Maricopa County. Bottom line, in the limited time since receiving this report, we have completed spot checks on the voters' IDs provided. In the case of in-person voters who moved out of Maricopa County, we found no discrepancies with the data in Maricopa County voter registration system. We could not identify a single voter in this initial review who had cast more than one ballot. Putting back this thread to comment, claim 9,041 more ballots returned by voters than received. This is the people who voted. This is the EV33 bullshit. We talked about this on the day. If anybody wants to go back and watch Friday's show from September 24th on my channel, we went through all this stuff live. It was hilarious. Real auditors don't put up two random images of ovals that look similar and say it's evidence they were run through the tabulators twice. Okay, here's the gist from the Cyber Ninja CEO, Doug Logan, on the president hand count recounts. There are all very small discrepancies, so we can say that the ballots were provided to us, count in the Coliseum were very accurately reflect the canvas numbers. But please continue, dum-dum.
You're supposed to vote in one county, not two. How many people voted in 3 or 4, I wonder?
None. You're welcome.
There were at least 282 dead people who happened to vote.
Yes, they voted, then they died. Their votes counted because they were alive when they voted. By the way, they were really fucking old. And more than likely in that demographic voted for Trump. Again, 282 out of Trump's count. What are we at now? Is he losing by 70,000 votes in Arizona?
Maricopa County's official canvass recorded 3,432 more ballots cast than people they recorded as having cast a vote. That's tough, right?
That's nonsense is what it is. Let's see. Do we find, is it in here? Let's see. Because we've been through this one before as well. because they did that. Even the cyber ninjas said that that was just related. That was the people who are judges or domestic violence survivors, and they don't have their address shown in the database so that their ex can't look them up on publicly available files and kill them, or somebody can't murder a judge because they know where they live and they don't like how they ruled against their friend. So there's about 3,000 people in the state of Arizona who every election don't show up with their address on the voter rolls, just that their name is there. And that's what he's talking about. They are all hidden. You can get their names via request, like a Freedom of Information Act request, but you have to show cause because there are people who could get killed. That's, that number is super obvious and always happens. Whether they vote in person, which a lot of them don't, a lot of them vote by mail because of their safety concerns.
277 precincts have more ballot cast than people. So they have more ballots cast than they have people.
Yes, because those people live all over the state.
In at least 1,551 excess votes. 9,000.
No, there's no excess votes. What the fuck's an excess vote? These are votes that you think shouldn't be counted. They're not excess.
41 mail-in votes and voters.
Yeah, votes and voters. Both. Probably not. These probably aren't really voters. They're probably, Chinese people in a factory, making panda poop ballots and mailing them over.
1,041 mail-in votes and voters. Well, just to be exact, you know what? We have to get this exactly accurate because the fake news will say he said votes instead of voters. 9,000.
That kind of does matter, though.
41 mail-in voters returned more ballots than they were sent. Oh, that's interesting. How does that happen?
It doesn't. These people did not get, and by the way, he's either overlapping you have to put it in an envelope. You can't just drop it off free. Okay, I'll come in. Thanks. Put an envelope in. And they gave it in. They turned it in twice, and it has a little mark. They brought it up, and then they told them, and then they came in with an envelope. Or he's simply not understanding the fact that people, I guess, or overvoted. Like literally, Trump supporters coming in and saying, "I voted by mail, but I want to vote again. I don't trust this bullshit."
And then this is from a canvassing report that was done by a very respected group. 255,326. Remember, you're talking about a little over 10,000 votes. 255,326 early votes do not have a corresponding record in the county's voter file. Oh, that's interesting.
No. Dumbass. Those are people who walked in person. The EV33, and this is what he's talking about. There's EV32, which says that the state mailed you a ballot. It's a huge file. The EV33 is the ones who were returned by mail. Okay? So EV32 and 33 are sent out and gotten back. Now, a bunch of people didn't trust Louis DeJoy. Vast majority of the people who voted by mail were Democrats or were worried about it. So they either walked their ballot in the envelope, to a local recorder's office or the county clerk's office or whatever and dropped it off by hand or on the day. But so it didn't show up as mailed back because it didn't come back through the fucking mail. Like, he's not going to understand this, and he's dumb as a box of rocks. But even the cyber ninjas dude was like, okay, we didn't realize they count that as a vote. Okay, that's how they do that. We didn't ask before we started asserting.
And 284,412 ballots and ballot images were, quote, corrupt or missing. This is from their report. I didn't write this.
No, that's from Dr. Shiva's bullshit. And corrupt or missing. They weren't corrupt or missing. By the way, they were, there's one in here. Let's see. Can I search these guys? Because there's a really fantastic one in here. Okay. Yeah, it was in this part. Okay, so Round 2, claim election management database was purged. Claim election files deleted. Here it is. 263,139 corrupt ballot images on the county's EMS server. That's what he's talking about. This is what he's directly referring to. Bottom line, this is inaccurate. The server isn't the place to find all ballot images. We provided the hard drives that contain all ballot images and confirmed these images were not corrupted and could be opened. Background, these claims of deleting or purging are reminiscent of the false claim cyber ninjas made in May, accusing Maricopa County of deleting an election server. The truth is, the ninjas looked in the wrong place for the info. It was there all along. This is my favorite one. This is my, Maricopa County, I love your Twitter feed, but this is my fucking favorite one. And maybe it's because I'm a nerd. They just didn't know how to correctly set up a RAID server. Despite falsely accusing is what they mean here, us of a crime, Senate contractors have never issued a retraction or an apology. I just love this. The cyber ninjas don't know how to set up a RAID server. Oh, God. For those of you that have, if you do any video editing or anybody who's done any kind of massive music recording stuff, setting up a RAID and having it work smoothly when you're pulling from different ones, it can be a pain in the ass. And if you're backing, you got one in the RAID for the backup and you're using 2 active. One of them is your sort of semi-deep 6 in case you want to pull a file up. And it's a lot. It's not a huge deal. Almost anybody can do it. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. It's pretty simple. But the fact that these assholes don't know how to do it is hilarious. Yes, right. I'm not even a computer nerd, and even I know what that is. Exactly, Josh. This is not... I mean, if you really get stuck, there's a YouTube video or 2 you can watch. I don't doubt it. How is it the same for any serious application platform development? It's not that difficult. Yeah, it's the same. Right. They just didn't know how to correctly set up a RAID server. I fucking love that. But that's what he's talking about. He's talking about the 263,139. 100% bullshit, by the way. And all these people are like, don't listen to me. I'm just telling you what they said. I'm not telling you what the people who actually were in charge of the election rebutted it with.
This is findings. They call it findings.
Is that what they call it? Findings? Is that what they found? No, their finding was that they were corrupt, and then they found them later. They found the corrupt ballot images were not on that drive. They were on another thing, and they were available.
And then the fake news said that we lost by a little over 10,000, hundreds of thousands of votes we're talking about. All of this was found without being given access to the routers, which county officials ruthlessly withheld. They didn't...
Ruthlessly. They recounted the ballots. They all matched the voter. They all matched the voter rolls. What's in the middle? Because here's the thing. If, let's just say they're assuming that the routers were part of this big Chinese conspiracy, right? That's where you're going to see it. They were attacked, and Mike Lindell's thing about that it happened at the router. It was going into this thing. Well, the router isn't hooked up to any fucking printers. And who you saying ruthless?
Want to give those routers under any circumstances. They had to be fought
because they have the IP addresses of the internal non-public network.
Hey, the county...
Bad enough they had to throw out all their machines.
The people that
routers do not retain information. No.
County, they fought us not me. They fought the Senate. They fought the Senate of Arizona, and the Governor Ducey was horrible. He was missing in action. He was actually against it. Nonetheless...
Yes, for cybersecurity reasons, fucko.
The auditors discovered that millions of election-related files were deleted during...
No, they were not. They are not kept on the machines. They are archived and stored. They don't stay on there. They're saved to permanent files.
And
Thanks,
after
Jen.
the election, in violation of federal law, including a
No, they weren't in violation of federal law. Hold on. Let's see. There you go. Just the facts I vote. There you go. Election management software, Dominion's administrative, but not updated tabulation, relaxed signature verifications, false. Okay, here we go. This is from the Maricopa County. Maricopa County relaxed signature verification requirements. That kind of Sharpies cause overvotes on election day, private donations by Maricopa. Okay. Yeah, here it is. Maricopa County did not delete files when preparing the subpoenaed SQL server for delivery. The modification date of April 12, 2021, shown in images provided by the Senate's contractors, was the day the county powered down the server to prepare it for delivery to the Senate. In a technical response, Maricopa County confirmed that the original database folder on the EMS primary server was not deleted or otherwise tampered with during packaging and delivery to fulfill the Arizona Senate subpoena. There are several indicators on the RStudio screenshot that the Senate's contractors did not properly reconstruct the EMS primary server's RAID array. This could result in the RStudio data recovery technician program not being able to accurately translate the parameters of the server's RAID array partition scheme. So it basically looked at the let's say you have 4 RAID drives in there, as separate drives not interlinked. So you get half files in places. That's what's happening. But he understands this. Shit.
Of the election management system, that's a quote, election management system software the day before the audit began. So the audit's going to now begin.
Yes, to give them the information for the audit to begin.
Went to court, the same guy that I guess got fired. Something happened to him, Elias. He went to court. They sent in 107 lawyers to fight us on this, to fight the people, to fight the Senate. 107. Oh, she said 170. That could be right.
She said 170. That could be right. Yeah, I mean, while we're just making up numbers, why stop at elections?
These lawyers, they just emerged one day in Arizona, all the court cases, and the Senate hung in and they won. In addition, in another effort led by Patriot Liz Harris, the Maricopa County canvassing results for Arizona were just published. Where is Liz Harris here? No way. Why do you like Liz Harris so? What the hell do you know about Liz?
What are you talking about? These people aren't from Georgia.
Patriot. Biden supposedly
She's a patriot.
won the state of Arizona by 10,450.
No. He clearly won by over 100,000 votes. Now that we've talked about this, and now that you've presented your evidence, I think it's clear that he actually won by a lot more, because we have to throw out a lot of your votes because they were clearly fraudulent.
Votes. Yet the report shows 173,104 lost votes and 96,389 ghost votes. You know what a ghost vote is, right?
Yeah, tell us what a ghost vote is. Tell us what a ghost vote is.
Where is it? Where is it?
Yeah, that's what it is. Fucking hell.
9 ghost votes. You know what a ghost vote is, right? Where is it? Where is it? Harris stated
That's it? Oh my God.
that a conservative estimate of votes impacted was 299,493.
Yeah, so you actually won by, you lost by 300,000 votes. Biden won by 300,000 votes. That's crazy.
It is estimated that 173,104 voters had their votes stolen. Look at those lights going out over there. Oh, my God.
Yeah, apparently Newsmax can't air this because it's a violation of their agreement with Dominion.
The lights, I'm telling you, the television lights are going out. This is the most interesting part of the speech. The
Sure it is. Yeah, I'm sorry if that lady passed out. She's missing it.
rest of my speech you've sort of heard before, right?
Yes, sort of.
Regarding ghost votes, Maricopa
Oh, my
County
God.
recorded an estimated 96,000 mail-in votes that could not have been physically cast by the voter, that the vote was registered to, could not have been done by the voter that it was registered to. 96,000, that's 9 times more than I need right there. That's just one little category. And the media aren't reporting this stuff. They're saying that the election results are fine.
Uh-huh.
It's just not acceptable.
It's not acceptable. It's not acceptable.
Just like they don't want to talk about Afghanistan or Hunter Biden's corruption. That's the other thing that came out today. You see that? They delayed the Hunter Biden corruption because they didn't want it to hurt Joe Biden's chances of election. And look what happened with Joe.
How did they delay the Hunter Biden corruption? Did they contact Hunter and say, don't be corrupt right before the election? Wait till next August to be corrupt.
Biden as your president, our country has gone to hell.
Well, if hell is a field in Perry, Georgia. Oh, God, this is pitiful. Get on with it. Psst, wrap it up. Oh, they're starting to do We Love Trump because he's starting to get demoralized. Look at his fucking face. Oh, God, this is good. I lost to that guy. I lost, he lost. And stuff. I lost, he lost. Yeah, it's not doing it for him anymore. You know, sometimes you need some new porn, it seems. You go back to the old faithful and it just... Thank you. Hey, thanks. Okay. Hey, black people for Trump. What's that website? Oh, shit.
Thank you.
Get on with it. Shit.
Love you too. You're incredible people.
You're incredible people. Don't take my voice trailing off as a sign that I'm not sincere. You guys are great.
Trying to take our country away, and they're trying to steal our country, and they're going to ruin our country. And once it's destroyed, remember I used to say, we will not become Venezuela. This is what's happening. No, this is what's happening. You take a look at Venezuela. They can't get water. They can't get anything. They're living in hell.
Uh-huh.
We will not be a socialist country. How many times have I said it?
Yeah, we're not a socialist country. This is standard democratic taxation. This is just people putting people in office that they voted for, the majority making decisions about the best use of taxes, and then providing services based on it, motherfucker. Like, even the money going out, even the UI is capitalism. We're not dropping off food packs at people's houses going, this is what the state has determined you need calorically. Fuck off. Unemployment insurance is not socialism. Social fucking security isn't socialism, dickhead.
Will not be Venezuela. This is going to be Venezuela very soon. If they keep going the way they're going.
Yeah, taco trucks on every corner. And we thought we dodged it.
This is all done in a period of less than 9 months. Think of it.
Yeah, your presidency is almost completely erased.
This destruction of our border, all of the destruction, our military in retreat. We've never had a military retreat before.
You put the May 1st date on the calendar.
I mean, why would you leave 80?
Why would you leave?
Or $85 billion?
I don't know. Find somebody who used to be president. They can tell you the real number. 83 to 85. It's a ballpark.
Worth of equipment. Why would you leave brand new Black Hawk helicopters?
Because they didn't?
The greatest machine. Why would you leave?
Obviously, that's not even close to true. All respect to the guys behind there's a lot of technology in an Apache or a Black Hawk, but have you held a Theragun? Have you used the thing? It's spectacular. I mean, clearly this is a man who's never laid in a massage chair.
Millions and millions. Why, as an example, there was no reason. We had it so under control. We were getting the hell out of there.
We were what? We were getting the hell out of there. You mean like retreating? We were, okay, so please continue. We were retreating. Yes?
everybody would have come out, we would have then taken the equipment. I even gave an expression. I want every screw, every bolt, every nail.
Yeah, that's an expression. It goes way back in his family. I want every screw, every bolt, every nail. I say that every Christmas.
I want the tents that the equipment is. I want it.
They're not in tents. Those are, he's talking about Quonset huts and hangars.
Millie said to me one time, I'll never forget it, sir.
Sir! Yeah, everybody talks like that. Jesus.
It's more expensive. It's more expensive, sir, to take the equipment than to leave it. I said, really? You mean you have a $10 million tank? You put it on a plane and that's more expensive than leaving it?
Yes.
He said, it's more expensive. And I never forgot that statement because that's probably the first time I realized that he was stupid. But you know what I did?
Oh, really? Really? When did you discuss this with him? About it was more expensive to take everything. Oh, during the magic plan?
I said, so we have.
Yeah, that's a good point, Team Willer. There are a lot of nails used in the construction of a Black Hawk helicopter.
New aircraft just out of the factory, and it's sitting on the runways, and our.
Yeah, there's a factory right there, just out of the factory, and it's sitting there on the runway. You do realize we left with all the good ones, and the ones that we left behind were the ones we gave to the Afghan military.
Soldiers are fleeing and surrendering to guys with knives. Good fighters, by the way, but guys with knives.
Oh, our soldiers. So you're saying our soldiers served dishonorably. What was that again?
Out of the factory, and it's sitting on the runways, and our soldiers are fleeing and surrendering to guys with knives. Good.
Fuck you. This is the same asshole who's saying 13 chairs over there for everybody dead. Our soldiers were fleeing from guys with knives and surrendering. He is accusing our military, and not like generals. He's talking about American soldiers. Donald Trump is saying that they fled and surrendered. I guess the ones that stayed surrendered, and the ones that fled just left the ones that surrendered behind. Fuck you. And by the way, Republicans, Trumpers, maggots, people who support this asshole, this is on you. This is all you. The former president of the United States just said that our soldiers fled and surrendered to guys with knives. And you're okay with this. You are all in on this motherfucker saying that our soldiers fled and surrendered to, quote, guys with knives. I don't want to hear any shit about him being a patriot and a lover of the flag and the military. It's nonsense. It's always been nonsense. It will always be nonsense. But fuck you. People died in this process. They didn't flee. People weren't killed fleeing their posts when the suicide bomber ripped his vest and killed everybody. Fuck you. Shame on you. I just got back from Arlington when I was in D.C. There are people buried at Arlington that died during his presidency. And this motherfucker is saying that the soldiers that were still in Afghanistan fled and surrendered. All right, I have to move on from this beat because I will get too outraged to be funny. Can we transition back to... We're just centering and fuck you! I'm sorry. I'm all right. I'm holding it together. God damn this asshole.
Fighters, by the way, but guys with knives that I got along with very well. They understood.
Yeah, you got along with the guys with knives who our soldiers retreated from. What a fucking pathetic pig.
They're not going to screw around. I almost used the F word. And you know, it would have been more effective if I did, but they would have.
What? Nobody cares.
word. And
Who cares?
by the way, but guys with knives that I got along with very well. They understood. They're not going to screw around. I almost used the F word. And it would have been more effective if I did, but they would have. He used a horrible word, so I didn't do it. Remember, I didn't do it.
You don't get points for not swearing as a formal president. You get 0 points for not doing F-bombs as a former president. You fucking goon.
It would have been so much more effective if I used it, Orville.
No. It would have been pitifully offensive and pathetic, but no.
Maybe later on. But
yeah, that'll keep them interested for the rest of the speech. Maybe I'll say fuck.
But with Millie and with all these people, they flee. I said, why wouldn't you have brought in 200 pilots? 200, we have the best pilots in the world. We have the best soldiers in the world. We have the best military in the world.
Yeah, they're the best at what? Fleeing and surrendering? Fuck off.
I rebuilt the military. Space Force, don't forget Space Force.
Yeah. Oh, no, we're talking about Afghanistan. How could I forget Space Force? Which got a branding makeover.
Rebuilt. So why wouldn't you bring
They
over...
rebuilt Space Force. There you go. A little bit of truth squeaked out.
Real fast.
You meant
First
to
of
say
all, you
fuck.
shouldn't have left anything behind. So I don't even like this idea. But assuming they really wanted to leave it behind because they're stupid, why would...
Or because we're talking about the material aid we gave to the Afghan military so that they could fight back against the Taliban, and we left before they collapsed, which was, they were only not collapsing because we were there.
you bring over 200 pilots? Just take the planes and fly them to Pakistan.
Yeah, that should be safe. You should be able to get a helicopter from Jalalabad to Pakistan on one tank of gas. They won't have to land in a dangerous place. And Jesus Christ, just fly guys in, take it. Yeah, those are helicopters that were meant for the Afghan military to use. If we take them, they've got nothing, and we're hoping that they can keep the Taliban at bay until we're out of the country. So, months ago, you should have just.
Then you bring them over or fly them to some other country of which we give them all so much money that they all treat us well, okay? We get ripped off by everybody. But why wouldn't you fly the planes out? Instead, they leave the planes. And then they said, because they were so embarrassed, because they probably didn't even know what they were doing. They had no idea what they were doing. They said, no, we disabled it. You know what they did? They let the air out of a couple of tires of one plane.
Fuck you. Our soldiers stuck around longer than they had to, loosening every bolt on the fucking thing, throwing thermite grenades in these goddamn things. They spent time taking the guns off, taking the missiles off, extracting all the necessary navigation material out of it, like the nav equipment that was in there. Let the air out of the tires. And everybody at this rally is just fine with him pissing on the troops like this. This is fine. This is okay with him. They demilitarized them. Jesus Christ.
They didn't disable anything. These guys have...
No, our soldiers, what our soldiers just handed over them, they were told to demilitarize them and disable them, but they didn't. They just let them, because what? Our military service people are lazy? Is that that's the assertion? Fucking hell.
The best equipment anywhere in the world. They're probably the best armed soldiers and equipped soldiers in the world. They have goggles, the likes of which nobody, the night goggles, they call them.
Is that what they call night goggles? Uh-huh.
See at night better than I can at 12 o'clock in the afternoon with the sun. That's how good they are. Better than our soldiers have the latest models. And they have thousands and thousands. They have hundreds of thousands of...
Oh, my God. Night vision. How will we ever... Oh, God.
Rifles and weapons and machine guns. Hundreds of... We left it there. And there was no reason to leave it there. We could have taken a year, 2 years, 4 years.
Yeah, he was never fucking leaving. There you go. That's it. He was never going to fucking leave. May 5th was bullshit. He was going to use it as an excuse. They were going to put more troops in. If they stayed past the May 5th deadline, everybody told him you'd have to add 10,000 troops. There's no fucking way. I wanted to get out of there. I wanted to get out of there better than I wanted to get out. We were getting the hell out of there. We got a bullshit. Listen to this. Listen to this bullshit.
To leave it there, we could have taken a year, 2 years, 4 years, or 2 months to get the hell out. There was no reason. We had them so at bay. They weren't going to play games because they knew that if they did, they were going to get hit harder than any nation has ever been hit.
What does that even First of all, Japan would like a word, and so would Germany. But for fuck's sake, what does that mean? What are you going to threaten to blow up the areas they don't have control of yet?
Their home, because it's all about their home, because they were never hit at their home. But we know where their homes are. And we were going to hit them very hard, and they understood that. That's why.
Yeah, and it's really hard for Taliban terrorist cells to move their home.
I told you before, 18 months we didn't have one soldier killed, and even
because that was the agreement.
Said that it was a mistake. He said, well, I will say that no soldiers have been killed in 18 months, and his people are screaming at him, don't say that, you stupid son of a bitch.
And still, look at this. That's his big. Look, this is a big applause line. And you know, that's the. It's kind of like in old 80s hair metal bands when somebody would say ass in a song. There's a Rat song where like sometimes you're just a pain in the ass, and there's a guitar solo right after it, like we said ass, we said ass, we said ass, we said ass, and we got away with it, got away with it, got away with it, got away with it. Right? That's the whole like, I swore and that drive. Right now, expect more swearing as he goes forward because he's not moving anybody with the information. It's driving him crazy. But again, that's his thing. You stupid son of a bitch. Who is now president and you are not? And that reminds him of it. And look at his face. Look at it. He called Biden that. See? Look at that. He can't even enjoy it. Look at this. This is, you need to understand how gorgeous this is. Yes, he's miserable and I'm for it. Look at him. Look at him. Oh, it's so good. He's even doing the whole like jaw clench. He's so upset.
You see, he was supposed to add a but, something bad, but he didn't do that. As a result of the Arizona forensic audit, 41 legislators from across the nation wrote an open letter to
the same assholes who supported you in the election. Nobody cares.
American people calling for audits in all 50 states.
Right, all 50 states, especially the states you won. Let's start with Texas, Ohio, Kentucky, and Florida right away. Get on those. Where do I sign up? Is there a GoFundMe? How do we make it happen?
And decertification of the election where appropriate. A total...
Where appropriate. Where appropriate. Okay, first of all, you can't, you're done. It's already, the certification has already happened. Biden's already sworn in. There is no decertification from now on. None whatsoever. There is no version of reality. Ask Al Gore. Al Gore actually won Florida. Doesn't fucking matter. Once George W. Bush was sworn in, game, set, match. Sorry, no do-overs. Yeah, that's it. I mean, and in this, like, Trump won by, big margins in some of these states. And if they do an audit, it's going to shrink. Because I've said, everywhere they do an audit, Biden's going to gain votes. Everywhere. Because Republicans, especially in the red states, were doing everything they can to stiff-arm mail-in ballots because they knew it was mostly Democrats. And a bunch of them were going to go, well, these should have been counted. The number should be slightly higher. That's exactly what happened in Arizona. That will happen everywhere else. Just count on it. Like, I'm not afraid of any of these. I just feel bad for the people of those states and this ongoing bullshit where he's talking to these folks and making them think like, if they don't do something, we ought to take up arms, which is we're this fucking close to him saying that shit. That's my concern. I don't give a rat fuck if he goes to every state and makes them do this. He's gonna lose again.
Certification.
It's what it does.
It is clear in Arizona
that you lost by even more.
Decertify the election. You heard the numbers. And those responsible for wrongdoing must be held accountable. It was a corrupt election.
No, it wasn't. You can't decertify the election. It's game, set, match. Fuck off. It's done. There is no legal recourse. None whatsoever. Sorry. Doesn't work that way. Nope. You could, here's your ploy. You could renounce your citizenship and go try to run another country.
And
That's the biggest chance you have of being presidente of something between now and 2024.
Opinion, by the way, that Georgia is far worse.
Oh, it's far worse. I agree. You're going to lose by a lot more in Georgia when they look. Like it was 99, it was 241 extra votes for Trump, 99 votes that weren't counted for Biden, so 350 some odd votes for Biden that should be added. If you go through Georgia, it's going to add about 1,000 to Biden's. Obviously he won by a bigger margin there, so it's less of a concern. But they'll find more Biden votes that were kicked to the curb.
And hopefully the Arizona Attorney General, a good man, will do far more for his state than your Attorney General has done for your state. Because your Attorney General has not done what he's supposed to be doing. And what he's supposed to be doing is free and clear and non-corrupt elections. And they're not doing that.
Free and clear and non-corrupt. Words are fun and dumb and mental.
We must elect strong, brave America first leaders.
America first.
Who will be true champions for the people and for free, fair, and honest elections. And we must
You left
demand
the word honest off the other one. Is that where you got stuck?
election integrity at all costs. If we don't have borders, if we don't have elections, if we don't have our military back and strong, I rebuilt the military, and now look what happens. They're giving it away to the enemy. To think 28 Apache helicopters, you don't know. I hate to use the term, but it's considered, I didn't want to use it before. I said machine, but it's considered the most incredible killing machine. That's a horrible term, right? But it's the most incredible killing machine. When a tank sees an Apache helicopter over the horizon lifting up, you know what happens to that tank operator? He gets the hell out of there because he doesn't have a chance. They hit him with a missile right down the middle of the gun. They hit him.
Yeah, that's how it happens. What fucking action movie bullshit? Yes, I know. I'm almost done. I know I'm going long tonight, but we're going to finish this up. There's no way I'm picking up with more of this shit tomorrow.
With a missile right down that barrel, they go boom.
Yeah, that's how it does it. It's actually, I don't know if you know this, but the Apache helicopter has missiles that are just the right size to go straight down the barrel of a tank. It's they call it tank fucking. Sometimes the Apache has a claw on it that will grab tanks by the pussy, apparently. What the fuck? What kind of cartoon horseshit is it?
Missile right down the middle of the gun. They hit him with a missile right down that barrel. They go boom. That goes right in from 5, 6, 7 miles away.
Yeah, that's like two at the buzzer. Apaches take it from the tanks. Nobody saw this coming. Do you believe in miracles? Sook. Oh, fuck. This is the stupidest. Like, everybody in the back, they have, even as dumb as they are, have to be going, what? What?
The tank shoots at them, and it's going like this, and they're waving, hello, goodbye, bye, bing, 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 bing.
That's how it works. Hey, hello, goodbye, bing, 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 bing. And then the thing goes in the hole, and bing, hello, goodbye. This is, bing, what the fuck? Grandpa's sundowning again. Oh, shit.
Like this, and they're waving, hello, goodbye, bye, bing, 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 bing. They take out a lot of them at a time. They got brand new ones.
They take a lot of them at a time. Jesus.
They got to learn to fly them, but they will. They will. The Chinese will teach them. The Russians will teach them. We have a few of those leaders here.
Huh?
tonight some really great leaders, including your next Secretary of
Oh, I thought you were saying there's some leaders from China and Russia. Listen to this.
The Chinese will teach him. The Russians will teach him. We have a few of those leaders here tonight. Some really
Xi Jinping is here, everyone. Vladimir Putin and Sergei Lavrov are here. We have some great leaders from China and Russia here tonight who are going to give classes on how to fly an Apache helicopter.
Great leaders, including your next Secretary of State, a friend of mine. Somebody has done a phenomenal job.
Okay, I don't care about this shit.
I'm fine. This guy's a great congressman. Would have said, well, what the hell are you leaving? He's in a district where they love him, where he wins easily. Nobody challenges this. For the who's loved in his district, who do this because what's happening.
I don't care. Skip. This is the part where he's actually helping people get elected. I don't care. This is the end. Yeah, we're at the end
of this man.
Everybody
Well, he was great.
Herschel Walker, right?
Get out, really work for him.
Yeah, especially if you're I'm not even going to make a Russian roulette reference. I can't. No.
Make sure we have an honest. Thank you, Herschel. Finally, I want to thank some of the other terrific Republican leaders, and we have some great ones in your
state. Did Hal ever do Dungeons and Dragons? Of course I did Dungeons and Dragons.
That are with us tonight, a friend of mine and a great senator, a man who, I don't know, you going to run for governor, David Perdue? Are you going to run for governor? Where's David Perdue? Stand up, David. David Perdue. Are you running for governor, David? Did I hear he's running for governor? Thank you, David. He's a great guy, and he loves this.
So no.
And he's done a fantastic.
He endorsed Stacey Abrams earlier in the video we did yesterday. Let's just get over
Limited, or you would have been. He'd still be here. Wouldn't we be happy if he was? Sonny Perdue. He did a fantastic. Good genes in that.
Oh, gross. By the way, he just admitted he's not happy, which is a good thing.
He did a fantastic job. They have good genes in that family. Thank you, Sonny. Great job you did in the administration. We appreciate it. How much money did we get for the farmers? And I took it all out of China, huh? I charged them hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs. So we gave the farmers, what, $28 billion?
No, we didn't.
And we had plenty left over.
Sorry, what? Sorry, bullshitter says what?
In tariffs. So we gave the
Hold on.
I charged them hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs. So we gave the farmers, what, $28 billion.
Oh. So I guess fuck the farmers. They got a pittance of it. What'd you do? Give it to them as a tip? Farmers didn't get anything. It was taxpayer money. Hundreds of billions. And we gave them what? Multiple hundreds. So what are we saying? 300, 400 billion, 500 billion. This is why stop there? 600. Some even say 800. And we gave them 28.
And we had plenty left over for the country, but we gave
except massive debt.
The farmers didn't know what the hell they were doing. They never got money like this, and they didn't even want it. You know, I had farmers come to me,
sir, get the fuck out of here, sir.
We don't want subsidy. They actually said, nobody said that to me when I was president. The farmers did. They said, sir, we just want a level playing field. That's all we want.
And he went, no, I can't give you a level playing field. I can give you subsidies, though, because look at all this money. You just got to kick some of it back to Junior.
Amazing thing. But we gave him $28 billion anyway, Sonny, and you did a fantastic job. Some real warriors that fight with me on the impeachment hoax #1, impeachment hoax #2, and many other things. They were great.
Many other things.
Representatives, Rick Allen. Rick, thank you.
I don't care.
He was very low key. A person that the president.
Oh, God. Squirt.
Yeah, they know, and she is smart as hell. She knows what's going on. She knows what's going on. Thank you, Marjorie, and you are loved. You are loved all over the country, I will tell you that. Georgia Republican Party chair, somebody that's worked very closely with me and
closely.
Somebody that is
You know, that's what you need is somebody
in party chair, somebody that's worked very closely with me and
closerly. People need to keep your friends closerly, but your enemies closer.
somebody that has really fought the good fight on the fraud that's taken place in your state, and he's fighting it right now. He's got so much information, and he wants to release it, and I guess he will be. Hopefully, he will be soon. But he's a wonderful guy. The chairman,
Why now? Why not, I don't know, months ago?
David Schaefer. David, thank you, Republican.
Nobody cares.
Oh, but I sort of like a lot of Republicans, and he has the view of a lot of Republicans. And he really is. He's a good man. He's a great guy. He's smart. He's tough. Vernon Jones. Vernon, thank you.
All right, very good. Get on it.
Thank you. People like about him. Good. Thank you, Vernon. Appreciate it.
Rudy Giuliani. He was over somewhere else.
He was a great guy, by the way. He was the greatest mayor in the history of the city of New York. That I can tell you. And did a great job. They come at him with barrels. They just want to blow people away. It's a disgrace.
Yes, yeah. I don't know if you know this, but the standard operating procedure for SDNY is called a Donkey Kong maneuver. They come after you with barrels. Now, some of them are just rolling, but some of them bounce and others explode. So they're going after Rudy Giuliani with the full Donkey Kong.
Did a great job. They come at him with barrels. They just want to blow people away. It's a disgrace. This is a man who's tough as hell, tough as nails, and did an incredible job in New York. He's respected and loved by anybody and everybody. Bernie Carrick is around here someplace. Where's Bernie? Bernie, where's Bernie?
Rudy can come, but Bernie can come, but Rudy can't.
Bernie Carrick, he's around here. Thank you, Bernie. Great job you've done. And candidates for Congress, we have some really...
Oh, God, who cares?
Wonderful. She's a wonderful woman.
Blah, 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 blah.
All of the other sides, whether it's Antifa or BLM or others that burn down our cities, you have to treat people equally. That's one of the things we learned a long time ago. Of course, now they're trying to sell different history books than we used to get, but we're not going to let that happen. But we have people, and Ashley Babbitt, who was killed, she was the person that was killed during that day, that lousy day, that horrible day, but they killed Ashley Babbitt, and there was no reason to kill Ashley.
Yeah, there was. Yeah, there was. She was with a large group of people chanting that they were going to hang the vice president. She bashed her way through a barricaded door and was the first person through. She was carrying a backpack. As she entered, she had not been screened. There was no way to tell if anybody with her or around her had a weapon as well. They were next through, and they were crossing a barricaded door that they just bashed their way through, and there were still Congress people in harm's way, and this group was shouting that they were there to murder them. So yeah, there was a reason she was shot. Sorry. She was there to be shot. If they found pipe bombs around the neighborhood on the day that you're running, you're storming the Capitol, and you're trying to enter that place with a backpack with God knows what the fuck in it, prove to me, by the way, that Ashley Babbitt wasn't the person who laid the pipe bombs. And the reason they haven't found that person is because she's dead. And the reason she wanted to be the first person through is because she had 2 pipe bombs on her. Is that necessarily the case? No. But this is in the same category of the nonsense he's making up about this.
Babbitt, no reason whatsoever. So our hearts are with that group.
No reasons. There were lots of reasons. The main one was that police officer was doing their job.
And hopefully that's going to all work out. I think in the end it's going to all...
Well, not so much. I mean, she's still dead.
...work out. It's a very, very unfair, very, very unfair situation. When you see them burning down our cities like Portland and St. Louis, and I could name city after city.
Go ahead.
Seattle, they take over Seattle. People get killed. Nothing happens to them. And then you see what happens.
People go to jail when people get killed. Just for the record. I mean, this happened on video. This isn't like, you're going to find some shooting where there was no evidence, and then you're going to, compare it apples to apples with this shit. Everybody saw what happened. Everybody heard the chants. They just burst through the door. They were smashing in windows. They were actually coming in there screaming to hang Mike Pence. Of course you're going to get fucking shot.
Happened in Washington, D.C. It's a disgrace. Under our administration,
Yes, by the way, yes, it was a disgrace. Yeah. The behavior shown by your supporters on that day in the nation's capital was a fucking disgrace.
Accomplished 4 more years of everything. We took care.
More years of everything.
We accomplished 4 more years of everything. We took care of people at a level that nobody has ever thought possible.
Yeah, nobody thought that murder rates could go up 30% in 1 year, and yet in 2020, that's exactly what happened.
No president, and I say this and I don't get criticized, no president, or certainly very few, have accomplished what we accomplished.
Yes, when you couch it that way, nobody's going to push back. No president or very few. Jesus.
4 years.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, you had to do it in 4 years. You weren't going to do 8. You were going to get voted out. I mean, it was clear from day one, really.
We passed massive tax cuts and record-setting regulation cuts. We ended...
Well, record-setting, but except for, you know, you didn't even beat Obama's in the first 4 years.
NAFTA and the NAFTA disaster, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with USMCA, that's Mexico and Canada, who were both doing big numbers on our country, but not anymore. We withdrew from the job-killing Trans-Pacific Partnership, stood up to...
But yeah, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which would have pushed back against China. And the day you got us out of the Trans-Pacific Partnership, $17 million showed up in your weird Chinese bank account, and you took $15 million of it out in cash. That's weird. One would think a billionaire wouldn't give a shit about $15 million. Wouldn't even need it. But you seem to. Seem to be desperate for it. That's odd. Isn't that odd?
China like nobody has ever stood up, taking in billions and billions of dollars from China when we never took in 10 cents from China.
We never took in 10 cents from China. Like, this is such a weird lie he always does.
That's what we were just saying with Sonny. We gave him a lot of money, 28 billion out of that money, and we had a lot left over. But Joe Biden is obliterating. He's just obliterating.
Yeah, he's obliterizing. He has a. By the way, they attach a special kind of gun to a Black Hawk helicopter. It's called the obliterizer, and it's the only thing that's capable of firing a missile right down a tank's dick.
Much of the hard-won success that we had hard-won success. And that's...
Well, you know, you certainly didn't have smart-won success. I'll give you that.
Success is going to have to come back, or a country doesn't...
That success is going to have to come back.
Stand a
I
chance.
want an obliterizer, too. If only for... It's only good if it has the juicing attachment.
We're not respected anymore as a country. We're being laughed at all over the world.
Oh, yeah?
Afghanistan was the single most embarrassing event, in my opinion, that's ever happened to our country.
Yeah, one would think that losing over 500,000 citizens to a contagious disease while you fiddled for 6 months pretending it was no big deal.
And we're being laughed at all over the world. Last month, the economy added up to 1/3 the jobs that we expected. So we expected to have much better employment numbers, and it didn't work out too good. The unemployment rate for Black Americans increased to a very, very high 8.8%. You know, with me, they were way down and going a lot lower.
Well, until, obviously, you mishandled the pandemic and the entire economy slammed shut and Democrats had to actually talk you into spending enough money to keep them from dying. By the way, while you were president, 1 in 1,000 Black people in the country died from COVID, and that number went to 1 in 500 by October of last year. While you were president, 1 in 500 Black people in the country fucking died.
Prices in Georgia are now almost 100% higher than they were just last year.
Well, yeah, because no one was doing anything.
You know, when gas prices go up like that, that's like a massive tax increase. That's bigger than a tax increase. Inflation is rampant. And shortages are becoming widespread for all products. Anybody having trouble getting products? Everybody probably.
Yeah, there are supply chain bottlenecks caused by I don't know if you noticed, last year we had this huge pandemic, and it was centered in China, where an outsized amount of the world's minor products are actually fabricated, where they're assembled, if not actually manufactured there. And since then, everyone has been moving their factories out of China to places like Cambodia and Vietnam and other countries like that, South Korea, and I guess the Czech Republic as well. People have been moving stuff. So the supply chain has been fucked by COVID, and it will take time for it to recover. And hence what the situation we find ourselves in.
Meanwhile, Biden and Congressional Democrats are pushing the largest tax increase in the history of our country. We can't let that happen.
Well, only in how much funds it's going to take in, because it's for people in a very specific high earning category, and their taxes are going up 2%. 2%.
Largest tax. It's going to kill everything that we built. And what's
It's too late. Everything you built is already dead. I mean, we know this. The wall doesn't even work. Are you kidding me? It's the worst the border's ever been. Haven't you heard? I saw this big orange fuck on the news a bunch of times. Well, not on the news, on Newsmax, or calling into Newsmax. Not even on there. They won't have him on camera. I don't know why. Greg Kelly must not like him very much. It's very strange. But he was blathering on semi-news program about how the wall was perfect, but now it doesn't. Like, there's people teeming across the, like, hundreds of thousands of people. The wall didn't stop shit. 500 miles of new wall apparently, and it didn't stop anybody. It actually made it worse.
happening with our country? Our foundation was so strong that they're able to get away with it for a little while, but eventually those foundations will start to crumble. Their socialist legislation would cost a mind-boggling $3.5 trillion, over $10,000 from every living American. If you want high taxes...
So wait a minute. So for $10,000 over 10 years from every American, if everybody paid evenly, which they obviously don't. I mean, there's impoverished people and children and old people and whatever, mostly retirees and upper income earners over time are going to pay closer to like $25,000 over 10 years in extra taxes would actually cover it. How much are we getting for $10,000? So you're sitting in a mortgage office or at a car dealership and they go, hey, by the way, this car, I don't know if you know it, it's $10,000 for this car. You're going to pay it off in 10 years. 10 years, usually 4 years of the car. I know, we're standing it out. It's 10 years. And with this car, we get some extras. Well, what kind of extras? I mean, I want satellite radio, a couple things. Better than satellite radio. This thing comes with paid family leave, a child tax credit of about $3,500 a year per child. What? Yeah, $10,000 car. But and no interest, by the way. You just pay $10,000 over the course of 10 years. And with it, you get 2 years of free community college for anybody in your family that wants to go, or if you need to retool for a new job, or you've been thinking of just expanding your education. So that's free. That's good. What? I'm sorry. This car. Yeah, this $10,000 car. I'm going to pay $10,000 over 10 years. And with, I get child tax credits, 2 years of free college after, and childcare if I need it. So I get a $3,500 tax credit and universal pre-K for everybody. So, not just IC. So we're all doing it, and that's okay. That's awesome. And yeah, I think it sounds way better.
Jobs, vote for the radical left Democrats. If you want low taxes, more and more and more jobs, fantastic income.
Yes, if you want to have 3 jobs for the rest of your life, vote for Republicans, because that's what happens.
And freedom, vote for Republicans. That's what's happening.
That's what's happening.
That's what's happening.
Yeah, that's it, Daddy-O.
Biden and the extreme left are also using every lever of the federal government to impose woke nonsense on every facet of American life, pushing toxic critical race theory into our children's classrooms, and even into our military, and male athletes are now being allowed to participate in women's sports. How's that working out?
Well, the trans people are now being able to participate in sports, and there should be limitations on it. Obviously, laws to be passed, but that's not men participating in women's sports. That's grotesque. That's not what's actually happening. You can have a legitimate debate about how much and to what extent, what rules should apply or whatever, but calling them men is clearly a dick move.
Did you see the recent weightlifting contest? How did that work out?
A woman won. A biological female won.
They're fighting for years and years over 2 ounces. 2 ounces more. I want to get 2 ounces more. This guy comes along. Bing, bing. And he wasn't even a weightlifter, right? So, yeah, it's so crazy. And it's
Yes, it's so crazy. Your description of life.
so unfair to women. They fought so hard to get in this position. And it's so unfair to women, and people don't understand it.
Yes, the champion of fairness for women, Donald Trump.
For 4 straight years, the left carried on a deranged resistance campaign, the likes of which our country has never seen before.
Well, in fairness, they were talking about you, and nobody's ever seen a threat to democracy in the United States like you before, except maybe the Civil War and tuberculosis.
It was a lie and another lie and lie after lie and hoax after hoax, a witch hunt after witch hunt. You saw it going with Russia, Ukraine, with all of them.
Yeah.
And now it's worse than ever before.
Is it? Well, no. I mean, technically, there are some improvements, like you're not president anymore.
And the same people are perpetrating these lies and these witch hunts. The same people, they get up, they have no shame. They stand up and they talk like it's...
Yeah, it's weird when someone stands up and talks and has no shame. It's odd, isn't it?
Such a horrible thing, and it's just a disaster. Nancy Pelosi's unselect committee over
Unselect committee. That's supposed to be like zing.
radical Democrats, a biased hit job that is wasting everybody's time to distract from the Democrats. Epic failures. They are having epic failures. The vice chair of the unselect committee is Liz Cheney.
You know, people, even. He's not going to say she's a real beauty or there's another beauty.
Is everybody having, I mean, look, our country's embarrassed. The whole world is laughing at us.
But is everybody having a good time?
But is there any place better to be than a Trump rally? Right?
Well, I mean, granted, it's a Trump rally in Venezuela under the most draconian, tyrannical ruler since Stalin, clearly. So, you know, swings and roundabouts, every cloud. And this is the whole, look at the black people. This whole, like, he does this whenever there's a group of black people. There's this whole, like, look at the group of black people. Look at it, Lou. Like, stay in this circle. I'm making a circle with my finger. You stay there. Don't go outside. Look at it. See where you are? Don't go there anywhere else. Stay right there. You, right there.
In conclusion, everyone here
Thank God.
tonight knows that the extreme left will stop at nothing to destroy the America we love and the American dream. But with all of you in Georgia and conservative patriots all across the nation, We will end their reign of radicalism in Washington, D.C. forever. With a Republican Congress, we will fight for more jobs for Georgia.
I mean, I don't know why you're voting, because it's going to be stolen from you, clearly. I mean, like, I don't even... What? Why would Republicans even bother, filling out the... They're just going to take your vote, wipe it with Chinese panda shit, and where it says Biden in the Biden bubble, it's going to be a little of panda shit, just right there, like that. And you're going to lose. Anyways, what a waste. What?
Families, fair trade for Georgia workers, and more Georgia factories forging more products stamped with that beautiful phrase, made in the USA. You don't hear that too much.
Yeah, you do, actually, increasingly under the Biden administration, because he actually tightened the regulations on what it means to say that. You loosened them. I know we've been here for a long time, but Trump loosened, made in USA rules. No, let's see, hold on. I need to find this. See. Broken. Hold on one second. I know I have this. Hold on. Here it is. There you go. So this is the mess. And by the way, they make this case. They're giving this is April 17th, 2019. But they're giving him the benefit of the doubt where it says, on Made in America, Trump's FTC appointees may be out of step with him. A strange dynamic has gripped the Federal Trade Commission. President Trump's biggest allies are the Democrats, right? In a vote made public Wednesday, the commission's 2 Democratic employees voted to impose financial penalties on companies the agency found violated federal law by falsely marketing their products as made in America, when in fact, most of their merchandise was manufactured in China. Like Trump ties and Trump hats and shit like that. But the 3 Republican commissioners, all appointed by Mr. Trump, overruled them and voted against imposing any fines or penalties at all. They said the companies should not be required to make it to admit any wrongdoing or notify customers of their false marketing, arguing that the threat of future penalties served as a strong enough deterrent to prevent a repeat offense. The vote, which took place on Tuesday, broke along party lines, just not necessarily the expected ones. The guys he appointed did what he appointed them to do. The idea that somehow the Buy American, Hire American thing was what he really wanted, but the people he put in there just somehow didn't go with it, is bullshit. Meanwhile, here you go. Biden tightens made in America rules. There you go. This is one of the executive orders that that a lot of folks Trump was saying were extrajudicial and illegal and yada, yada, yada. Just let that sink in for a moment for the maggots and trolls and Trumpsters that are out there. U.S. President Joe Biden signed an executive order on Monday to tighten Buy American requirements in federal government procurement, a first step to fulfilling his campaign promise to bolster the country's manufacturing sector. Biden administration aims to make it harder for government agencies to purchase foreign products, raise the percentage of local content, and use metrics such as job creation in the definition of U.S. made. It also wants to extend the provisions to information technology, which is currently exempt pending a review. Ensuring the future is made in all of America by all of America's workers. Comes as age in the world. Wait to see how Biden's stance on trade differs from his predecessor. Let's see. Buy American products already. Fiscal 2019, federal government spent $586 billion on contract goods for services. There you go. Either way, is this something Trump could have done while he was president? Anybody? Anybody? Is this something Trump was capable of doing just by signing a piece of paper while he was president? Is there something that changed? Was there a magical date that passed? Was there a law that only in odd years? Yeah, he could have done it, but he didn't. So why not? The whole time he was in office, had every chance to do this. I mean, this is paint by number shit. Standard functioning government, good policy. Trump could have done it. But to all the American workers who didn't benefit from the amount of money that the government spends on goods that could have benefited from this for the last 4 years, that asshole was golfing.
And you know, they are starting to say very strongly, Merry Christmas. Remember when I first ran? I said, you're going to say Merry Christmas. They're all saying Merry Christmas again. We better move fast because that'll end also like everything else.
Yeah, Christmas is, I mean, the clock is ticking.
They want to change the name of a school in San Francisco from George Washington to something.
Yeah, to something, PT 103 something.
George Washington's name is now under attack. We don't know what he's done, but it must be terrible.
Yeah, it's a family of cherry tree growers.
We will shut down Joe Biden's border disaster. We will end catch and release. And we will end illegal immigration once and for all in our country, just as...
How? How are you going to end illegal immigration into our country? I mean, you can limit it. You can drive it to like minor numbers and fight it. You're never going to end it. Oh, I see. Wall around the whole country.
I had already done very successfully, more so than has ever taken place at our border. We had done it.
The Obama administration would like a word.
Before. We will hold China accountable for unleashing the virus and for the unfathomable suffering.
Yeah, the unfathomable suffering is just part of the worst.
They have caused and charged them trillions of dollars in reparations.
Will we get our beef, corn, and soybeans you sold them back last year?
We will rein in big tech monopolies, reject left-wing cancel culture, and we will restore the right to free speech in America. You don't have free speech anymore.
Yeah, I know. That's why you can't, they wouldn't even let you have a microphone.
You don't have a free press anymore. We will protect innocent life. We will defend our Constitution. We will defend the Second Amendment, and we will proudly uphold the Judeo-Christian values and principles.
Principles of what? Which Judeo-Christian values are we talking about?
Of our nation's founding.
Oh, of our nation's founding. Okay. Which ones were those? Give unto Caesar what is Caesar's, or...
We will care for our veterans, continue to strengthen our military, and give our police officers, Border Patrol, and ICE, these are great, great patriots, and law enforcement generally, our 100% support. They will not...
And by support, do you mean you will beat all of the ones that are trying to arrest you when you're committing a crime with a thin blue line flag and the pole that it is attached to?
Be defunded. We will ban critical race theory in our classrooms. We will ban it.
You're going to have to find it first.
Our military. We will ban it from the workplaces.
Okay, so cancel culture is good now. Gotcha. Okay.
We'll ban it from our federal, state, and local.
Cool. Are you going to have book burnings, or how are you going to do the ban? I just want to know what the ban looks like. Are you going to send critical race theory to a Muslim country and make it wait for a plane that never comes?
Governments. We will restore patriotic education for our schools, And we will teach our
This is just from last year's stump speech.
children to love their
Psst, it didn't work.
country, honor our history, and to always respect our great American flag.
And by respect, he means use it to beat police officers and soldiers and National Guardsmen, and of course, rub your dick on it at every time you pass one on a stage. Yes, nothing says you respect the flag like dry humping it. The U.S. flag is lovely. It's not ugly.
Our country is up against some of the most sinister forces and entrenched interests that anyone has ever seen in our country. We've never seen anything like is happening today. But
no, we haven't seen. Cold War. We literally had like Russian sleeper cells in the country, where it was a constant vigilance. World War I, World War II, nothing. No.
no matter how big or powerful they may appear, you must never forget this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. Belongs to you.
Yeah, it kind of belongs to all American citizens.
This is your home. This is your heritage. And our magnificent American liberty is your God-given right. The citizens of the United States of America will not be told how to live, how to think, what to do, or what to say by corrupt and incompetent politicians.
Dude, you've just spent 90 minutes telling everybody what to do and what to think. Asshole, listen to this.
What to do or what to say
Hold
by
on.
told how to live. Citizens of the United States of America will not be told how to live, how to think, what to do, or what to say by corrupt and incompetent politicians.
A corrupt and incompetent politician is telling you, after a 90-minute speech where he tells you what to think, how to live, and what to do, and how, I definitely the what to think part. He's telling you that's never going to happen. Okay, cool. Couldn't you have said this at the beginning of the speech and just walked off stage?
Big tech tyrants, left-wing bullies, or anybody else, because we are a free, proud, and sovereign people, and we have to take back our country. We are descended from the heroes and patriots, the pioneers, the legends who tamed the great wilderness, who settled a vast continent, who worked the fields, laid down the railroads, raised up...
Wait a minute. The Trumps are Chinese?
...skyscrapers, and poured out their blood, sweat, and tears to build this country into the greatest nation in the history of the world, and we are not going to let it be taken away from us.
Well, you didn't. You gave it away, actually. A lot of your voters just didn't show up because they didn't like you.
Our ancestors summoned the courage to fight and win our independence against the most powerful empire on earth. Our parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents stormed the beaches to crush fascism. They found the strength to
now we regret it.
topple communism, and we will not be afraid
I didn't
of
say work the fields. I was saying that laid the train tracks.
woke lunatics who despise everything those heroes fought so hard for, and those heroes fought and died for. There is no mountain we cannot climb. There is
Ain't no mountain high enough.
no summit we cannot
8-bit Mussolini.
reach. There is no challenge we cannot meet as long
Well, apparently the Arizona recount was a bit much.
as we remember that we are Americans and there is nothing that Americans cannot do.
Well, I mean, we obviously can't fly unassisted. None of us have gills. I'm just saying there's limits. I noticed the whole you're just copying Biden's line without the whole together part.
We will not bend. We will not break.
Well, if you bend, you will break. That's that. I mean, dude, you need help taking your shoes off.
We will not yield. We will never
Well, that's because you're shitty drivers.
in. We will never give up. We will never back down. We will never, ever surrender.
Oh, yeah. What do we think you are? The troops in Afghanistan?
My fellow Americans, our movement has just begun.
Yes.
In fact,
I need a new diaper.
our fight has only just begun.
No, it started a while back and it's sort of petering out, just for the record.
This is the greatest movement in the history of our country, perhaps the greatest movement in
Great movement.
any country, and we're going to make sure that we see it to the end. Our country will be stronger than ever before.
What's the end? Skip to the end. Man and wife.
Because the fact is, we are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God.
Why does saying under God give him so much pain, other than the fact that his ego won't allow for any kind of, penitent behavior?
So with love of our nation swelling in our hearts and the
So with love of our nation swelling in our hearts, not love. So with love of our nation swelling in our hearts, dude, you don't have to have a cardiac edema to actually qualify as the true sign of a patriot is a cyst on the sac around your heart. Fuck.
So with love of our nation swelling in our hearts and the
And in our balls.
Spirit of America stirring in our souls, I say these words to you tonight.
Okay, work it out. Here we go.
We will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. God bless you, Georgia. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you.
God bless you. God bless you. Squirt. Thank you. And spack. Jesus Christ. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 1, 2. Everybody, point. Watch the video. It shows you. I'm just going to stand there and watch the people do YMCA. Hello, black people. Stay in your little corral. Stay over there, you. I see you. Don't go. No mixing. Stay over there. He does. Oh, God. Everybody requests the dancing and he actually thinks they want it. He's just going to. I'm exhausted. I can only stand here. He's got nothing. He's supposed to walk around and do the little ski hand job, and ski hand job. Okay, I'm going to stand here and look. Hello, I'm watching the lady. Are they removing the lady or people leaving the lady? They're leaving. He's dancing and they're leaving. Ski pole, hand job. Hello. Okay, let's see. Bye. So good. Bye. Hey, I know you. Clap, 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 clap. Squirt, 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 squirt. I'm out of here. This is bullshit. Hold on. Hey, clap, 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 clap. Boo you. Hey, bye. Thank you. I don't know why those farts were so loud. Jesus. Something's wrong. And it just, boy, talk about not squirt, squirt. All right, I'm done. This is bullshit. Never even like this. Hey, Chad, no. Yeah, I'll sign that. Hey, what's happening, Red? No, don't touch him. You're disgusting. Thank you. Yeah, 3 signs, that's the limit. No, we can't sign any of the weird. Don't touch. Get back. Stop trying to touch him. We don't know who you are. You might have a tangerine. Do you know Mike Lindell? Did you attack him with a tangerine? All right, sign. Okay. Hey, okay. Hey, you he threw the pen. Bye. 1. That's it. Bye. Bye, everybody. See you later. You squirt, squirt. Bye, everybody. Okay. And they're still there doing it. It's such a party. Like, I don't know if it's even nice to say this or whatever, but it's awesome when he's talking and it's great. But once they play YMCA, that's when the real party starts. Fireworks. This is so much better than, yeah. Who doesn't like some unlicensed fireworks at the end of something? That is just wonderful. Jesus, that's the whole thing. Fucking embarrassing. Thanks for sticking with me, guys. That was long. Shit. But we got through it. I appreciate it. Man, what a hang. Tomorrow's show will be normal, I promise. Normal length. It'll be normal, I promise. And appreciate you guys. And take care of yourself. Take care of somebody else. Holy smokes. That was work. But hopefully, they don't come along that often and we don't have to do them very often. Holy hell. Ridiculous. But much fun was that. Thank you, Tamara. Thanks, everybody, for the support. Thanks for sticking around. Those that did. Thanks for coming in late. Those that did. Thanks for supporting the show. Like and subscribe. Give a thumbs up. We'll cut this into chunks, so if people want to digest it smaller over time, it'll always be there. But hey, my rule is I cover the whole thing. Sorry to dig in like this, but it's super important that, nobody can go, they cut it out of context. I do the whole fucking thing. All of it. So, and I did. Ugh. All right. Much love. Bye, everybody. Have a good night. I'll sign off quickly because you got to go. Yeah. I have to pee too. Like, this has been a long one. I drank this whole thing of motor oil. Okay, bye.
stockpiles.
Anti-American
Nuclear stockpiles. Be healed and really healed.
Operation Warp Speed.
Building up our nuclear stockpiles. for some nights. We're going to be appointing very pro-crime judges. Michigan gave us no 10. The Burmese executives, so these Burmese, they say, pronounce it Burmese. Burmese, free health care for illegal We're going to be appointing very pro-crime judges. Burmese. To me, Corona means Italy. Ohio values. Federal. There's no more water pouring through. They become very, they just explode. Rarely does anything happen. Mind will deliver pessimism. You're on a political crash. First new branch of the U.S. Armed Forces in 75 years. Space Force. Not since the end. First new branch of the U.S. Armed Forces in 75 years. Space Force. Not since the end. Roll up. A lot of that savings went for peace. Explosive in terms of fire. You can climb right over that place. So we're going to get it going to a level that nobody can ever turn course on us, nobody can ever change. Here I am like an idiot. Here I am like an idiot. I don't know. That's the kind of thinking you've got. That's the kind of thinking you're supposed to be voting for, I guess. Brett Kavanaugh. Brett Kavanaugh.
Should be Taliban.
Boy, that was like a lightning rod went off.
The fabrics of America. That's how you all get your kickbacks and your patty whack. That's right.
It didn't become different. I got impeached
country won't.
Stop the egg. Okay, let's say eat 2 eggs a day. Well, syndrome is what I call it. 5 eggs.
This is 100% fact here.
I call the stroker.
I had a beat off. 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 They're genius. They get it better than these guys that are looking at stuff. I had a beat off. So-called people that are looking. I had a beat off. I had a beat off. I had a beat off. And we developed just some very good friendship. I had a beat off. I had a beat off.
Boy, that was like a lightning rod went off.
Wow.
They just explode. Winston Churchill stood on the rooftops in London, very calm, making speeches.